The darkness that lives in some people defies comprehension, and the monsters you've never heard of are often the most terrifying of all. Tonight, we're diving into the cases that slipped through the cracks of history, the killers who operated in shadows so deep that their names never made headlines. Our first case takes us to the fog drenched streets of Victorian London, where Jack the Ripper may have stolen the spotlight. But another predator was quietly carving his own path of terror. His name was Thomas Neal Cream, and while the world obsessed over the Whitechapel murders, Cream was poisoning his way through 2 continents with a methodical precision that makes your skin crawl. Born in Scotland in 1850, Cream seemed destined for respectability. He became a doctor, earned degrees, wore fine suits, and spoke with the kind of educated accent that opened doors in polite society. But beneath that veneer of medical professionalism was something rotten, something that viewed human life as nothing more than an experiment waiting to happen. Cream's weapon of choice wasn't a knife or a gun. It was strychnine, a poison so brutal that its victims died in agony, their bodies contorting as their nervous systems shut down muscle by muscle. He didn't kill in rage or passion. He killed because he enjoyed watching people suffer, and the medical knowledge that should have saved lives became his tool for ending them. His first known victim was his own wife. Julia Cream died under mysterious circumstances just months after their wedding, her death attributed to consumption. But those who knew Cream whispered that she'd been perfectly healthy just days before. He collected her life insurance and moved on without a backward glance. From there, Cream's killing spree stretched across Chicago and London. He targeted prostitutes, young women he could lure with promises of medical treatment or abortion services. Once they trusted him enough to accept a drink or a pill, they were already dead. They just didn't know it yet. In Chicago, he set up practice as an abortionist, advertising his services in newspapers. Women desperate enough to risk illegal procedures came to his clinic, and many never left alive. When the heat got too intense, he simply packed up and moved to London, where he continued his work. What made Cream particularly terrifying was his need for recognition. He would send anonymous letters to police, hinting at his crimes, signing them with cryptic names like A. O'Brien Detective. He wanted the world to know what he was doing, but he was too clever to get caught. Until he wasn't. In 1892, Cream made the mistake of trying to blackmail innocent men, claiming they were responsible for murders he himself had committed. His greed finally outweighed his cunning, and Scotland Yard closed in. When they arrested him, he was carrying enough strychnine to kill a dozen people. At his trial, the evidence was overwhelming. Witness after witness described the polite doctor who had offered help and delivered death instead. Thomas Neal Cream was hanged on November 15th, 1892, but not before he allegedly confessed to being Jack the Ripper himself. Most historians dismiss this claim as the final delusion of a narcissistic killer who couldn't bear to die without one last moment in the spotlight. But Cream's story doesn't end with his execution, because what he proved was that evil doesn't always come wielding a bloody knife in a dark alley. Sometimes it comes wearing a white coat and offering to help. Sometimes the most dangerous predators are the ones we trust most. From Victorian poison to post-war America, our next case shows how evil adapts to every era. The year was 1946, and William Heirens seemed like any other bright college student in Chicago. He was studying to become an engineer, lived quietly with his parents, and had never been in serious trouble with the law. But behind that ordinary facade was a mind consumed by violent fantasies and an uncontrollable compulsion to break into homes. What started as burglary quickly escalated into something far more sinister. Irons had been breaking into apartments since he was 13, not for money, but for the thrill. He would enter through windows, rifle through personal belongings, and sometimes steal women's underwear. The act of invasion itself was what excited him. But by 1945, simple burglary wasn't enough anymore. On June 5th, 1945, 43-year-old Josephine Ross was found shot to death in her bathroom. She had been killed during what appeared to be a botched burglary, but there were details that didn't add up. Nothing valuable had been taken, and the killer had spent time arranging her body in an almost ritualistic manner. 6 months later, former Navy Wave Frances Brown was found shot in her apartment shower. This time, the killer left a message scrawled in lipstick on her bathroom wall. "For heaven's sake, catch me before I kill more. I cannot control myself." The message was signed Murder Man, and suddenly Chicago had a serial killer on its hands. But the worst was yet to come. On January 7th, 1946, 6-year-old Suzanne Degnaus disappeared from her bedroom in the middle of the night. Her parents found a ransom note demanding $20,000, but by the time they could gather the money, it was too late. Suzanne's dismembered remains were found in the sewers beneath her apartment building. The brutality of the crime shocked even hardened detectives. The little girl had been killed and then methodically cut into pieces with surgical precision. It was clear they were dealing with someone whose violence was escalating rapidly. The break in the case came when Heirens was caught during another burglary attempt. When police searched his room, they found a collection of weapons, stolen items, and most chillingly, detailed notes about the murders. Under interrogation, Heirens eventually confessed, but claimed the killings were committed by an alter ego he called Murder Man. Whether this multiple personality defense was real or fabricated remains debated to this day. What's certain is that William Heirens was responsible for at least 3 brutal murders, including the torture and dismemberment of a child. He was sentenced to life in prison and became one of the longest-serving prisoners in American history before dying behind bars in 2012. These first 2 cases show us something crucial about the nature of evil. It doesn't announce itself with fanfare or warning signs. Thomas Cream walked among London's elite as a respected doctor while poisoning the vulnerable. William Heirens attended university classes by day while planning murders by night. They were masters of camouflage, predators who understood that the best disguise is normalcy itself. But if you think those cases were disturbing, wait until you hear about Marcus Vale. This name probably means nothing to you, and that's exactly how he wanted it. Because while other killers craved attention or couldn't control their impulses, Vale was something far more calculating. He was a killer who treated murder like a business, complete with strategic planning and quality control. Vale operated in the American Midwest during the 1960s, a time when interstate communication was limited and it was easy for crimes in one state to go unnoticed by authorities in another. He exploited this weakness in the system with ruthless efficiency, moving from town to town, like a traveling salesman whose product was death. What made Vale unique wasn't just his mobility, it was his methodology. He kept detailed records of everything. Potential victims were cataloged by risk level, local police response times were meticulously timed, and escape routes were planned months in advance. He approached murder with the same systematic thinking that other men applied to building businesses. His victims were chosen not out of rage or sexual compulsion, but based on purely practical considerations. Elderly people living alone, drifters passing through town, anyone whose disappearance wouldn't trigger immediate investigation. He studied obituaries to identify widows, hung around bus stations to spot transients, and even volunteered at homeless shelters to gain access to the most vulnerable members of society. The killing itself was just one part of Vale's process. He was equally meticulous about disposal, often dissolving bodies in acid or burying them in carefully selected locations hundreds of miles from where the murders occurred. He never left evidence, never took trophies, never deviated from his carefully constructed protocols. For over a decade, Marcus Vale moved through Middle America like a ghost. Police departments in different states worked cases that were actually connected, but without modern communication systems and databases, the pattern remained invisible. Vale had essentially created the perfect system for serial murder, one that exploited every weakness in law enforcement coordination. His downfall came not from investigative work, but from pure chance. In 1971, while disposing of a body in rural Kansas, his car broke down just miles from the burial site. When a state trooper stopped to help, he noticed the smell of chemicals and the suspicious stains in Vale's trunk. A routine traffic stop became a nightmare discovery that unraveled years of perfectly planned murders. Under interrogation, Vale showed no emotion as he described his crimes. He spoke about his victims like an accountant discussing quarterly reports, referring to them by number rather than name. When asked why he killed, he simply said he was good at it and saw no reason to stop. The investigation into Vale's activities revealed a scope of violence that stunned even experienced detectives. His personal records, written in a code that took months to decipher, documented at least 43 murders across 7 states. But investigators believe the true number was much higher, possibly exceeding 60 victims. What made the Marcus Vale case so terrifying wasn't just the body count. It was the realization that someone could systematically hunt human beings for over a decade while living an apparently normal life. Neighbors described him as quiet and polite. Landlords said he always paid rent on time, and employers found him reliable and hardworking. He had mastered the art of being forgettable, of blending into communities just long enough to identify victims and plan their deaths. Marcus Vale died in prison in 1987, taking whatever additional secrets he harbored to his grave. But his case marked a turning point in how law enforcement approached serial murder investigations. The FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit studied his methods extensively, using his systematic approach to understand how other killers might exploit jurisdictional boundaries and communication gaps. The investigation files were sealed away, but the pattern Vale established lived on in the minds of killers who would come after him. Because evil, it seems, learns from its mistakes. Our next case takes us to the windswept plains of North Dakota in the early 1980s, where a man named Raymond Kasinski was quietly perfecting his own brand of horror. Unlike the systematic approach of Marcus Vale, Kaczynski was driven by something far more primal and disturbing. He didn't kill for efficiency or to avoid detection. He killed because he believed he was saving souls. Kaczynski was a deeply religious man, or at least that's what everyone in the small farming community of Grafton believed. He attended church 3 times a week, volunteered at the local food bank, and could quote scripture with the fervor of a televangelist. His neighbors saw him as a pillar of the community, a man who lived his faith through action. But Kaczynski's interpretation of salvation was twisted beyond recognition. He believed that certain people were marked by sin so deeply that only death could cleanse them, and he saw himself as God's instrument, chosen to deliver that cleansing to a world drowning in corruption. His victims were always people he deemed morally compromised. A bartender who served alcohol to minors, a woman who had children out of wedlock, a man who gambled away his family's savings. Kaczynski would spend weeks studying these individuals, learning their routines, their weaknesses, or their sins. When he was ready to strike, Kaczynski would approach his victims as a concerned neighbor or fellow churchgoer. He had a gift for making people trust him, for convincing them that he only wanted to help. He would offer counseling, prayer sessions, or simple conversation about finding redemption. The killing itself was always ritualistic. Kaczynski would force his victims to confess their sins aloud before strangling them with a rosary. He believed that this final confession, combined with their death, would guarantee their entry into heaven. In his twisted mind, he wasn't committing murder. He was performing a sacrament. Between 1981 and 1983, 7 people in and around Grafton died under mysterious circumstances. All were found in peaceful poses, hands folded over their chests, rosaries wrapped around their throats. The local sheriff initially suspected a cult, but the victims had no connection to each other beyond living in the same general area. The break in the case came when Kaczynski made a crucial error. His 8th intended victim, a young woman named Sarah Hoffman, who worked at a local tavern, became suspicious during what was supposed to be a prayer session. When Kaczynski began talking about her need for spiritual cleansing and produced a rosary from his pocket, she fought back. Sarah managed to escape and ran straight to the police. When they arrested Kaczynski at his modest farmhouse, they found a basement shrine filled with photographs of his victims, detailed journals documenting their sins, and dozens of rosaries stained with what forensic analysis would later confirm was human blood. During his trial, Kaczynski showed no remorse. He testified that he had been called by God to cleanse the world of sin, and that his victims should be grateful for the salvation he had provided. The jury deliberated for less than 2 hours before finding him guilty on all counts. Raymond Kasinski was executed by lethal injection in 1985. His last words were a prayer asking God to forgive the state for interrupting his holy work. Even faced with his own death, he remained convinced that he had been acting as an agent of divine will. But while Kaczynski's religious delusions made headlines in North Dakota, an even more disturbing case was unfolding on the opposite coast. In the rain-soaked streets of Portland, Oregon, a killer was operating with such subtlety that his crimes went undetected for nearly a decade. Dr. Martin Eckleston ran a small family practice in a working-class neighborhood the kind of place where people paid in cash and didn't ask too many questions about medical credentials. He was beloved by his patients, especially the elderly ones who made up the bulk of his clientele. They saw him as old fashioned, a doctor who still made house calls and genuinely cared about their well being. What they didn't know was that Dr. Eckleston had been slowly poisoning them for years. It started with Mrs. Henderson, an 82-year-old widow who lived alone with her cats. She had been one of Eckleston's first patients when he opened his practice in 1979, and over the months that followed, her health steadily declined. She complained of fatigue, nausea, and strange tingling in her hands and feet. Eckleston diagnosed her with advancing age and prescribed various medications to manage her symptoms. Mrs. Henderson died in her sleep in early 1980. The death certificate listed natural causes, and no one questioned it. She was old, after all, and her health had been failing for months. Her funeral was small but well attended, and Dr. Eckleston was there to comfort the few family members who came to pay their respects. Over the next 8 years, Eckleston's elderly patients began dying at a rate that should have raised suspicions, but the deaths were spaced out, attributed to natural causes, and occurred in a demographic where mortality was expected. The doctor had chosen his victims perfectly. Eckleston's method was ingenious in its simplicity. He would gradually introduce small amounts of digitalis, a heart medication that becomes lethal in higher doses, into his patients' regular prescriptions. The symptoms mimicked natural aging and heart disease, making the deaths appear completely normal to anyone who wasn't looking for foul play. But Eckleston wasn't just killing randomly. He had a specific type of victim in mind: elderly patients who lived alone, had few family connections, and possessed substantial savings or property. After each death, he would console the grieving relatives and often offer to help them navigate the complex process of settling the estate. His medical degree and trustworthy demeanor made him a natural choice to handle such matters. Through careful manipulation and forged documents, Eckleston managed to redirect portions of his victims' estates into accounts he controlled. He never took everything, just enough to avoid suspicion while gradually building a substantial fortune. It was the perfect crime, combining murder with embezzlement in a way that made both nearly impossible to detect. The scheme began to unravel in 1988 when Janet Morrison, the niece of one of Eckleston's deceased patients, decided to investigate some irregularities in her aunt's will. Morrison was an accountant with a suspicious nature, and something about the doctor's handling of her aunt's estate didn't feel right. Her investigation revealed a pattern of financial irregularities stretching back years. When she brought her concerns to the police, detectives initially dismissed them as a family dispute over inheritance, but Morrison was persistent, and eventually she convinced authorities to exhume several bodies for toxicology testing. The results were shocking. Every body tested positive for lethal levels of digitalis, administered in doses that would have caused slow, agonizing deaths over a period of weeks or months. Dr. Martin Eckleston had been operating his own private death camp, disguised as a family medical practice. When police arrested Eckleston, they found detailed records of his crimes hidden in a safety deposit box. The doctor had meticulously documented each poisoning, noting the dosages, timing, and progression of symptoms. He had treated murder like a clinical trial, carefully observing the effects of his interventions and adjusting his methods accordingly. The final count was staggering: 37 elderly patients poisoned over nearly a decade, with an estimated $2.3 million stolen from their estates. But what made the case even more disturbing was Eckleston's complete lack of remorse. During interrogation, he spoke about his victims as if they were laboratory specimens, describing their deaths with the detached precision of a researcher discussing experimental results. Dr. Martin Eckleston was sentenced to death but died of a heart attack in prison before his execution could be carried out. Some said it was poetic justice, while others wondered if he had somehow managed to poison himself using medical knowledge gained from years of killing his patients. These cases reveal something deeply unsettling about the nature of evil. It doesn't always announce itself with violence or chaos. Sometimes it wears the mask of respectability, hiding behind professional credentials and community standing. Thomas Cream used his medical degree to gain access to victims. Raymond Kasinski used religious faith to justify murder. Dr. Eckleston combined both approaches, using his position as a healer to slowly kill those who trusted him most. But perhaps the most chilling aspect of these forgotten killers is how easily they blended into ordinary life. They weren't the wild-eyed maniacs of horror movies or the obviously disturbed individuals we might expect. They were neighbors, professionals, pillars of their communities. They understood that the best place to hide a monster is behind the face of someone people trust. And that brings us to our most disturbing case yet, because it shows us that evil doesn't always need a motive we can understand or justify. Sometimes it exists simply because it can. In the summer of 1973, the residents of Riverside, California, thought they knew their neighbors. They were wrong. While the nation fixated on the Watergate scandal, a different kind of corruption was festering in the suburban sprawl of Southern California, hidden behind manicured lawns and friendly waves. Edmund Kemper may have dominated the headlines, but just 60 miles south, another giant was stalking victims with methodical precision. His name was Herbert Mullin, and unlike Kemper's rage-fueled killing spree, Mullin's murders were driven by something far more terrifying: absolute delusion wrapped in the certainty of divine mission. Born in 1947 to middle-class parents, Mullin seemed destined for normalcy. He was an Eagle Scout, played high school football, and dated the homecoming queen. But beneath that all-American exterior, something was fracturing. By his early 20s, the cracks had widened into chasms. Mullin believed that California was overdue for a catastrophic earthquake, and that only human sacrifice could prevent it. Not metaphorical sacrifice, but actual murder. He had convinced himself that voices were commanding him to kill randomly selected individuals to appease the earth itself and save millions of lives. His first victim was a homeless man he picked up while driving through Santa Cruz. Mullin beat him to death with a baseball bat, then calmly drove home for dinner with his parents. Over the next 4 months, 12 more people would die, each killing more brutal than the last. What made Mullin particularly dangerous was his complete unpredictability. His victims included a Catholic priest, a college student, a family of campers, and even his own childhood friend. There was no pattern beyond the voices in his head telling him when and where to strike next. The priest Father Henri Tomé was hearing confessions when Mullin entered the booth. Instead of seeking absolution, Mullin stabbed the elderly cleric repeatedly, believing that a holy man's death would carry extra weight in preventing the earthquake. He left the priest bleeding on the altar and walked out as calmly as he had entered. The camping family presented a different kind of horror. Jim Gianera had taken his wife and 2 young children to a remote spot in the Santa Cruz Mountains for a weekend getaway. Mullin stumbled upon their campsite while wandering through the woods, heard the voices commanding him to act, and shot all 4 family members in their tent. The children, ages 4 and 9, were killed while still in their sleeping bags. But perhaps the most chilling aspect of Mullin's spree was how he rationalized each murder afterward. He would thank his victims as they died, explaining that their sacrifice was saving countless others. He genuinely believed he was performing a public service, preventing a natural disaster that would dwarf the San Francisco earthquake of 1906. The killing stopped only when Mullin was spotted disposing of evidence after his final murder. A highway patrol officer noticed him acting suspiciously near a wooded area and decided to investigate. In the trunk of Mullin's car, they found bloody clothing, the murder weapon, and a notebook filled with rambling entries about earthquake prevention and divine commands. During his interrogation, Mullin showed no remorse. He was confused why police were arresting him for preventing a catastrophe. When told that no earthquake had occurred, he smiled and said that proved his methods were working. The delusion was so complete that he couldn't comprehend why society was ungrateful for his sacrifice. Herbert Mullin was convicted of 10 counts of murder and sentenced to life in prison. He remains incarcerated today, now in his 70s, still convinced that his killing spree saved California from destruction. Prison psychiatrists have noted that he continues to hear voices, though they no longer command him to kill. But if Mullin's delusions were the product of a diseased mind, our next case shows us something even more disturbing. Evil that requires no mental illness to justify it, no voices to command it. Sometimes monsters are simply born that way. The name Dean Corll should be seared into American memory alongside Bundy and Gacy, but somehow his story remains largely unknown outside of Texas. Between 1970 and 1973, Corll tortured and murdered at least 28 young men and boys in what became known as the Houston Mass Murders, one of the deadliest killing sprees in U.S. history at that time. Corll was different from other serial killers in a crucial way. He didn't work alone. He recruited 2 teenage accomplices, David Brooks and Elmer Henley, turning them into procurement agents for his horrific operation. The boys would lure their friends and acquaintances to Corll's house with promises of parties or drug deals, never knowing they were delivering lambs to slaughter. What happened in Corll's House of Horrors defies description. Victims were handcuffed to a specially constructed board, tortured for hours or sometimes days, then strangled or shot. Corll took photographs throughout the process, creating a library of suffering that police would later discover hidden throughout his home. The operation ran like a machine. Brooks and Henley, both runaways from broken homes, were completely under Corll's psychological control. He provided them with shelter, drugs, and money, while gradually desensitizing them to violence. What started as witnessing murders eventually escalated to direct participation. For 3 years, young men disappeared from Houston's Heights neighborhood at an alarming rate. Parents reported their sons missing, but police often dismissed the cases as runaways seeking freedom in the counterculture movement of the early 1970s. The systematic nature of the disappearances went unnoticed because the victims came from working class families with limited resources to pressure authorities. Corll's reign of terror ended only when his control over his accomplices finally broke on August 8, 1973, during what was supposed to be another torture session. Elmer Henley shot and killed Corll. The official story was self-defense, but the truth was more complex. Henley had begun to understand the full scope of what he had become part of, and the weight of his complicity had become unbearable. When police arrived at the scene, they found a chamber of horrors that shocked even experienced homicide detectives. The house contained torture devices, photographs of victims, and personal belongings from dozens of missing persons. But the most disturbing discovery was yet to come. Under Henley's direction, investigators began excavating burial sites around Houston. Bodies were found buried in boat sheds, under concrete slabs, and in shallow graves throughout the area. Many had been tortured extensively before death, and some showed signs of having been kept alive for weeks. The Houston mass murders revealed how a skilled predator could operate undetected in plain sight, using psychological manipulation to turn victims into accomplices. Dean Corll had created a self-sustaining system of horror that might have continued indefinitely if not for a single moment of conscience from one of his teenage partners. David Brooks and Elmer Henley were both convicted and sentenced to life in prison. Henley remains incarcerated today, having served over 50 years. In rare interviews, he has expressed remorse for his actions while maintaining that Corll's psychological control was absolute. Whether that's genuine remorse or self-serving justification remains a matter of debate. But these cases, disturbing as they are, represent killers who at least operated within recognizable patterns of human pathology. Mental illness, delusion, psychological manipulation, these are explanations we can grasp, even if we can't accept them. Our next case abandons even those thin threads of comprehension because it involves a killer whose motivations remain completely opaque even today. In the industrial wasteland of Gary, Indiana, during the economic collapse of the late 1970s, something was hunting in the shadows between abandoned factories and empty lots. The killer called himself the Alphabet Man, though police never determined if this was a chosen moniker or something imposed by media coverage that never quite materialized. Between 1978 and 1981, 17 people died in Gary under circumstances so bizarre that investigators struggled to classify the crimes at all. The victims appeared to be chosen entirely at random. There was no consistent age range, gender preference, or racial pattern. A retired steelworker, a teenage runaway, a grocery store clerk, a homeless veteran, they shared nothing beyond their final location in Gary's decaying urban landscape. But the murders themselves followed a rigid pattern that suggested deep psychological compulsion. Each victim was found with their personal belongings arranged in perfect alphabetical order. Wallets, keys, jewelry, medication, everything was laid out in precise rows according to the first letter of each item. More disturbing still, the victims' bodies were positioned to spell out letters when viewed from above. Arms and legs were carefully arranged so that each crime scene formed a giant letter visible only from an elevated perspective. The letters appeared to be random, with no discernible message or pattern emerging over the 3-year killing spree. The alphabet man never left fingerprints, witnesses, or any physical evidence beyond the meticulously arranged crime scenes. He seemed to possess an almost supernatural ability to move through Gary's streets without being observed, striking in broad daylight as easily as in darkness. Detective Maria Santos, who led the investigation, later described the case as the most psychologically disturbing of her career. The killer's obsession with order and arrangement suggested severe mental illness, but the sophistication of the crimes indicated high intelligence and careful planning. It was a combination that made him nearly impossible to predict or catch. The killings stopped as abruptly as they had begun. In March 1981, after 17 meticulously arranged murders, the alphabet man simply vanished. No final victim, no escalation, no mistake that might have led to capture. He disappeared like smoke, leaving behind only questions and a city forever changed by 3 years of inexplicable terror. Theories about his identity ranged from a disgraced academic obsessed with linguistics to a former military officer suffering from undiagnosed brain trauma. But without physical evidence or witnesses, the case went cold. The files gathered dust in the Gary Police Department basement, another unsolved mystery in a city with plenty of them. Detective Santos retired in 1995, but she never stopped thinking about the alphabet man. In her final interview before leaving the force, she made a chilling observation. The killer's sudden disappearance suggested either death or relocation. If he had simply moved to another city, there might be similar crime patterns elsewhere, hidden in the vast database of unsolved murders across the country. That possibility led to our next case, because evil, once unleashed, rarely confines itself to a single location. In the mountains of West Virginia, another kind of predator was perfecting his craft, using the isolated terrain to hide crimes that made the alphabet man's methodical murders seem almost civilized by comparison. Jacob Morrison had been a long-haul trucker for over 15 years when he began killing in 1983. His job provided perfect cover for a mobile predator, allowing him to strike across multiple states while maintaining the appearance of a hard-working family man. But Morrison wasn't interested in the typical truck stop victims that other highway killers targeted. He hunted families. Morrison would identify isolated homes during his regular routes, often spending months studying potential victims before acting. He preferred houses set back from main roads, places where screams wouldn't carry, and where he could work undisturbed for hours. His preparation was exhaustive, including detailed floor plans, family schedules, and escape routes mapped with military precision. When Morrison struck, he didn't simply kill and leave. He moved into his victims' homes for days at a time, living among the bodies while he systematically destroyed any evidence of the family's existence. He would eat their food, wear their clothes, sleep in their beds, all while the corpses decomposed around him. But Morrison's true obsession was erasure. He didn't just want to kill his victims, he wanted to eliminate every trace that they had ever existed. He would burn family photographs, destroy personal documents, and even tear up the victims' gardens to eliminate any sign of human habitation. The most disturbing aspect of Morrison's crimes was how he treated the children. Adult victims were killed quickly, but children were kept alive for days, while Morrison forced them to watch him methodically erase their family's legacy. He would make them help destroy photographs of grandparents, burn their toys, and assist in digging graves for their parents. Only when the house was completely stripped of any evidence of the family's existence would Morrison kill the children. He buried them in unmarked graves far from their homes, often scattering the remains across multiple locations to prevent discovery. For over a decade, families simply vanished from rural areas across 7 states. Houses would be found empty and cleaned with no sign of struggle or foul play. Local authorities assumed the families had simply moved away without notice, a common enough occurrence in economically depressed rural areas. The pattern only became visible when FBI analysts began using early computer databases to cross reference missing persons reports with Morrison's trucking routes. The correlation was undeniable, but by then Morrison had claimed at least 43 victims across 11 families. The investigation that finally brought Morrison down was triggered by a single mistake. In 1994, while living in the home of the murdered Brennan family in rural Kentucky, Morrison answered the telephone when the victim's son called from college. The brief conversation, in which Morrison pretended to be the father, was recorded by the son who had grown suspicious about his family's recent silence. When police arrived at the Brennan house, they found Morrison calmly eating dinner at the family table, surrounded by the decomposing bodies of 5 people. He showed no surprise at being caught, no resistance to arrest. He simply asked if he could finish his meal before they took him away. During his confession, Morrison explained his methodology with the detached precision of someone discussing a complicated recipe. He spoke about his victims as obstacles to be cleared rather than human beings, describing their deaths as necessary steps in a larger project of erasure that he never fully explained. Jacob Morrison was executed in 2001, but the full scope of his crimes remains unknown. Investigators believe he may have eliminated as many as 20 families over his trucking career, with dozens of victims whose disappearances were never properly investigated or connected to his activities. The Morrison case highlighted a terrifying vulnerability in American society: how easily entire families could vanish without trace in an era before modern communication and surveillance systems. But it also revealed something more disturbing about the nature of evil itself. Because Morrison wasn't driven by the usual motives that fuel serial killers. He didn't kill for sexual gratification, financial gain, or psychological dominance. His obsession with erasure suggested a deeper pathology, a desire to undo existence itself rather than simply end lives. And that brings us to perhaps the most psychologically complex case in our catalog of forgotten killers, because it involves a predator whose crimes were motivated not by hatred or delusion, but by a twisted form of love that manifested as the ultimate act of possession. Dr. Amanda Richardson ran a small psychiatric practice in Burlington, Vermont, specializing in treating patients with severe depression and suicidal ideation. She was respected in her field, published research on innovative therapeutic techniques, and was known for her compassionate approach to patient care. Her colleagues saw her as someone who genuinely cared about healing broken minds. But Dr. Richardson's definition of healing was far different from what anyone imagined. Between 1987 and 1995, 12 of Richardson's patients died by suicide, a rate that should have triggered immediate investigation. But these weren't typical suicides. Each patient had been making significant progress in their treatment, showing marked improvement in their mental health before suddenly taking their own lives without warning. What investigators eventually discovered was that Richardson had been systematically driving her recovering patients back into suicidal depression through carefully orchestrated psychological manipulation. She would spend months building their trust and helping them stabilize, only to slowly reintroduce the traumas and thought patterns that had brought them to her in the first place. Richardson's method was diabolically sophisticated. She would use information gathered during therapy sessions to craft scenarios designed to trigger maximum psychological distress. She might arrange for a patient to accidentally encounter someone who resembled their abuser, or engineer situations that would reactivate dormant trauma responses. But the most disturbing aspect of her crimes was the motive. Richardson genuinely believed she was performing acts of mercy. In her twisted worldview, she was saving her patients from lives of ongoing suffering by guiding them toward what she saw as a peaceful death. She documented this philosophy in detailed journals found after her arrest. According to Richardson's writings, she had developed her own theory of therapeutic euthanasia. She believed that some forms of mental illness were incurable, and that the kindest thing she could do was help patients achieve what they truly wanted, an end to their pain. But rather than advocating for legal assisted suicide, she had chosen to manipulate vulnerable people into killing themselves. The investigation into Richardson's practice began when Sarah Chen, the sister of one of the victims, became suspicious about the circumstances of her brother's death. Michael Chen had been responding well to treatment, had recently started a new job, and had been making plans for the future when he suddenly jumped from his apartment balcony. Sarah's investigation revealed a pattern of suspicious suicides among Richardson's patients. When she brought her concerns to medical authorities, they initially dismissed her claims as grief-driven paranoia. But Sarah persisted, eventually convincing a detective to take a closer look at the case files. The detective, Frank Morrison, discovered that all of Richardson's suicide victims had died within weeks of sessions where she had introduced new therapeutic techniques. These sessions, Richardson claimed, were designed to help patients confront their deepest fears and traumas. In reality, they were carefully orchestrated psychological attacks designed to push unstable individuals over the edge. When police searched Richardson's office, they found extensive files on each victim, including detailed psychological profiles and step-by-step plans for inducing suicidal behavior. She had treated murder like a therapeutic intervention, documenting her methods with scientific precision. Dr. Amanda Richardson was convicted of 12 counts of murder and sentenced to life in prison. During her trial, she maintained that she had been trying to help her patients achieve peace. Even faced with overwhelming evidence of her crimes, she couldn't understand why society was punishing her for what she saw as acts of compassion. The Richardson case forced a complete reevaluation of how mental health professionals are monitored and regulated. It revealed how easily a trusted authority figure could exploit the vulnerability of people seeking help and how difficult it could be to distinguish between genuine therapy and sophisticated psychological abuse. But perhaps most disturbingly, it showed us that evil doesn't always wear the mask of cruelty. Sometimes it presents itself as kindness, hiding behind professional credentials and genuine concern while systematically destroying the lives it claims to be saving. These forgotten killers share something that makes them more terrifying than their famous counterparts. They understood that the most effective predators are those who inspire trust rather than fear, who blend seamlessly into the fabric of society while pursuing their dark obsessions. They remind us that monsters don't always announce themselves with violence or obvious madness. Sometimes they come disguised as healers, helpers, and pillars of the community. They exploit our most basic assumptions about human nature, using our trust as a weapon against us. And in a world where we must rely on others for everything from medical care to spiritual guidance, that may be the most chilling realization of all. But there's one case that stands above all others in terms of pure, calculated evil, and it comes from a place you'd never expect to harbor such darkness. The name Robert Berdella might ring a bell for some true crime enthusiasts, but the full extent of his methodical torture operation in Kansas City remains largely hidden from public knowledge. Between 1984 and 1987, Berdella transformed his modest Victorian home into a laboratory of human suffering, where young men were kept as living experiments for weeks or months at a time. Berdella's wasn't your typical serial killer driven by rage or sexual compulsion. He was a meticulous record keeper who documented every aspect of his victims' torture in Polaroid photographs and detailed journals. He treated human suffering like a science project, carefully noting the effects of different drugs, torture methods, and psychological manipulation techniques. His victims were primarily young gay men and male prostitutes who wouldn't be immediately missed. Berdella would lure them to his home with promises of drugs, money, or shelter, then drug them unconscious. When they woke up, they found themselves in his basement, chained to a bed in what he called his laboratory. What happened next defies human comprehension. Berdella would inject his victims with various drugs to keep them compliant but conscious. He performed amateur medical procedures without anesthesia, injected drain cleaner into their eyes to blind them, and used electrical devices to torture them while meticulously photographing every moment. The most horrifying aspect was the duration. Unlike killers who murdered quickly, Berdella kept his victims alive for extended periods, sometimes months. He would nurse them back to health only to begin the torture cycle again, creating a revolving hell that his victims couldn't escape through death or recovery. His detailed journals read like scientific reports, noting dosages, physical responses, and psychological reactions with cold precision. He rated his victims' responses to different tortures, kept track of their weight loss, and documented their pleas for mercy as if they were data points in an experiment. Robert Berdella was finally caught in 1988 when one victim managed to escape while Berdella was at work. The young man, Christopher Bryson, jumped from a second-story window while still chained and ran naked through the neighborhood, screaming for help. When police arrived at Berdella's house, they found a chamber of horrors that shocked even seasoned investigators. The basement contained surgical equipment, drugs, torture devices, and over 300 Polaroid photographs documenting years of systematic abuse. Berdella's journals detailed the torture and murder of 6 young men, though investigators suspected the true number was much higher. During his confession, Berdella showed no remorse. He explained his methods with the same detached professionalism he might use to describe a hobby. He said he was conducting research into human endurance and pain tolerance, as if his victims were laboratory animals rather than human beings. Robert Berdella died in prison in 1992, taking whatever additional secrets he harbored to his grave. But his case revealed something deeply disturbing about the nature of methodical evil and how easily it could operate undetected in suburban America. From the calculated torture chambers of Kansas City, we move to the fog-shrouded mountains of Oregon, where in the late 1990s, a different kind of predator was perfecting his craft. His name was Vincent Torino, and unlike Berdella's basement laboratory, Torino's killing ground was the entire Pacific Northwest wilderness. Torino worked as a park ranger for the Oregon State Parks system, a position that gave him intimate knowledge of remote trails, hidden caves, and areas where hikers might disappear without trace. But more importantly, it gave him access to detailed information about who was planning to hike alone and where they intended to go. Between 1997 and 2002, 17 solo hikers vanished in Oregon's wilderness areas. Search and rescue teams attributed most disappearances to accidents, animal attacks, or people simply getting lost in the vast forest system. The terrain was unforgiving, and bodies were rarely recovered from the deep ravines and dense undergrowth. What no one realized was that Torino was using his position to intercept hikers at remote trailheads. He would approach them in his official uniform, claiming there had been recent bear activity or trail washouts ahead. He'd offer to guide them to safer alternative routes that led deep into areas he had prepared for his true purpose. Torino had spent years creating hidden camps throughout the forest, stocked with supplies and equipped with restraints. He would hold his victims in these remote locations for days or weeks, hunting them through the wilderness like animals when he grew bored with captivity. His victims were chosen specifically for their isolation. Solo hikers, especially those who had told few people about their plans, were ideal targets. Torino would study hiking permits and registration logs, identifying people who were unlikely to be missed quickly if they failed to return. The psychological torture was as methodical as the physical. Torino would give his victims limited freedom to run, then track them through the forest using skills honed over decades of wilderness experience. He enjoyed the chase as much as the eventual capture, treating the entire process like an elaborate hunting expedition. When he finally killed his victims, Torino would dispose of their bodies in ways that ensured they'd never be found. Deep caves, swift rivers, or simply burial in unmarked locations miles from any trail. He kept detailed maps of these burial sites, treating them like a personal trophy collection. The investigation that brought Torino down began when he made a crucial error in 2002. Janet Murphy, an experienced hiker from Portland, had told several friends about her planned route through the Cascade Range. When she failed to return, her friends provided searchers with specific information about her intended destination. During the search, investigators found evidence of a camp that shouldn't have existed in the area where Murphy was supposed to be hiking. The camp showed signs of long term occupation and contained restraints, supplies, and most damning personal items belonging to several missing hikers. When confronted, Torino initially tried to claim the camp belonged to poachers he was investigating, but the evidence was overwhelming, and faced with certain conviction, he eventually confessed to 17 murders over 5 years. Vincent Torino led investigators to 12 burial sites scattered across hundreds of square miles of Oregon wilderness. The remains they recovered confirmed the systematic nature of his crimes and revealed details about his hunting methods that chilled even experienced detectives. During his interrogation, Torino spoke about his victims with the detached professionalism of someone discussing wildlife management. He referred to them as specimens and described their deaths as part of a natural selection process. He seemed genuinely puzzled by the moral outrage his crimes generated. Torino was sentenced to death in 2003 and remains on Oregon's death row today. The case led to significant changes in how park systems monitor remote areas and track visitor information, but it also revealed how easily a trusted authority figure could exploit public lands for murderous purposes. The wilderness murders were horrific enough, but our next case shows us something even more disturbing. Evil that targets the most innocent members of society with surgical precision and institutional protection. Sister Catherine Moreau ran the St. Agnes Home for Unwed Mothers in rural Louisiana from 1975 to 1989. To the outside world, she was a compassionate nun who provided shelter and care for pregnant teenagers who had nowhere else to turn. The Catholic Church praised her work, and local authorities saw the home as a valuable social service. But behind the walls of St. Agnes, Sister Catherine was operating something far more sinister than anyone imagined. She had developed her own twisted theology that viewed unmarried pregnancy as evidence of irredeemable sin, and she believed it was her divine mission to prevent these tainted bloodlines from continuing. The young women who came to St. Agnes were typically from poor families, often disowned by their parents and with no support system. They were completely dependent on Sister Catherine's mercy, which made them perfect victims for her systematic program of elimination. Sister Catherine's method was to provide what appeared to be excellent prenatal care while secretly administering drugs that would cause late-term miscarriages or stillbirths. She had medical training from her early years as a missionary and understood exactly how to induce fetal death without leaving obvious evidence of foul play. But killing the unborn wasn't enough for Sister Catherine. She believed the mothers themselves were corrupted beyond redemption, so she would gradually poison them after their pregnancies ended. The deaths appeared to be complications from childbirth or natural causes, and the isolation of St. Agnes meant there were rarely outside medical professionals to question her diagnoses. Over 14 years, Sister Catherine murdered 43 pregnant teenagers and their unborn children. She kept detailed records of each death, written in a private journal that read like a spiritual diary. She described each killing as an act of mercy that prevented further sin from entering the world. The young women's families were typically told that their daughters had died from complications during childbirth, a tragically common occurrence that didn't raise suspicions. Sister Catherine would conduct simple funeral services and bury the victims in unmarked graves on the St. Agnes grounds, claiming it was a respectful way to handle the poor who couldn't afford proper burials. The systematic nature of the murders only became visible when Dr. Patricia Hayes, a volunteer physician who occasionally helped at St. Agnes, noticed the unusually high mortality rate among residents. The statistics were staggering. Over 30% of young women who entered St. Agnes died before leaving, a rate that defied all medical explanation. Dr. Hayes's concerns were initially dismissed by church authorities who trusted Sister Catherine's explanations about the challenging medical conditions she faced working with high-risk pregnancies. But Hayes persisted, eventually convincing state health officials to investigate the facility. When investigators arrived at St. Agnes in 1989, they found a house of horrors disguised as a charitable institution. Sister Catherine's private quarters contained medical supplies, detailed journals documenting the murders, and most chilling of all, a collection of baby shoes that she had kept as trophies from her victims. The subsequent investigation revealed the full scope of Sister Catherine's crimes. Exhumation of bodies from the St. Agnes Cemetery confirmed systematic poisoning, and her journals provided explicit details about methods and motives. She had treated murder like a holy sacrament, documenting each death as a victory over sin. During her trial, Sister Catherine showed no remorse. She maintained that she had been carrying out God's will by preventing the birth of children conceived in sin and eliminating mothers who had proven their moral corruption. Her certainty was so complete that she seemed genuinely confused by the criminal charges against her. Sister Catherine Moreau died in prison in 1994 while serving multiple life sentences. The Catholic Church conducted an internal investigation and quietly transferred several officials who had failed to properly oversee her activities. The St. Agnes home was closed permanently, and the building was eventually demolished. But the case revealed something deeply troubling about how institutional authority could be used to hide systematic murder. Sister Catherine had operated for over a decade with minimal oversight, protected by religious authority and social assumptions about charitable work. The St. Agnes murders also highlighted how society's most vulnerable members, young women in crisis with no support systems, could become victims of predators who exploited their desperate circumstances. Sister Catherine had specifically chosen victims who wouldn't be missed or whose deaths wouldn't be questioned. From institutional evil hiding behind religious authority, we move to our most psychologically complex case yet. Because sometimes the most dangerous predators are those who convince themselves they're providing a service, even as they systematically destroy everything they touch. Dr. Benjamin Cross ran a small family therapy practice in suburban Minneapolis during the 1980s and early 1990s. He specialized in working with troubled families, particularly those dealing with domestic violence, substance abuse, and child behavioral problems. His colleagues respected his unconventional methods, and many families credited him with saving their relationships. What they didn't know was that Dr. Cross had developed his own twisted theory about family dysfunction. He believed that some family units were so fundamentally broken that the only solution was complete elimination. In his warped worldview, he was performing a mercy killing that prevented years of ongoing suffering. Cross would spend months working with families, gaining their complete trust while carefully documenting their problems and vulnerabilities. He would identify the family members he deemed most toxic, usually the parents, and develop elaborate plans for their removal that would appear accidental or natural. His method was to orchestrate family crises that would lead to fatal outcomes. He might convince an abusive father to increase his drinking while secretly providing him with drugs that would cause a lethal overdose. Or he would manipulate a depressed mother into a suicide attempt while ensuring that her children would find the body. But Cross's true innovation was his systematic approach to eliminating entire family units. He would stage what appeared to be murder-suicides, carefully manipulating family dynamics until violence seemed inevitable. Then he would provide the final trigger that would cause one family member to kill the others before taking their own life. Between 1983 and 1993, 26 families under Cross's care experienced fatal domestic violence incidents. The pattern was invisible because the deaths were scattered across different police jurisdictions and appeared to be isolated cases of family dysfunction escalating to its logical conclusion. Cross kept detailed files on each family, documenting their psychological profiles and his intervention strategies. He treated murder like therapy, believing he was providing a final solution to problems that couldn't be resolved through conventional means. His notes read like treatment plans, with specific goals and measurable outcomes. The investigation that exposed Cross began when Detective Maria Santos noticed similarities between several domestic violence cases in the Minneapolis area. All involved families that had been receiving therapy from the same doctor, and all had escalated to lethal violence shortly after what Cross described as therapeutic breakthroughs. Detective Santos's suspicions were confirmed when she discovered that Cross had been present at or near several of the crime scenes, always with plausible explanations for his presence. He claimed he was making house calls to check on families in crisis, but the timing was too convenient to be coincidental. When police searched Cross's office, they found extensive files documenting his manipulation techniques and detailed plans for orchestrating family violence. He had developed a comprehensive system for identifying vulnerable families and pushing them toward self-destruction. During his confession, Cross explained his philosophy with the calm certainty of someone discussing a medical procedure. He believed he was preventing years of ongoing suffering by providing families with a quick, decisive end to their problems. He couldn't understand why society was prosecuting him for what he saw as innovative therapeutic intervention. Dr. Benjamin Cross was convicted of 26 counts of murder and sentenced to death. He was executed in 1998, but not before providing investigators with detailed information about his methods that helped them understand how a trusted professional could systematically manipulate vulnerable people into killing each other. The Cross case forced a complete reevaluation of how mental health professionals are monitored and held accountable for their treatment methods. It revealed how easily therapeutic authority could be used to manipulate rather than heal, and how difficult it could be to distinguish between genuine help and sophisticated psychological abuse. But perhaps most disturbingly, it showed us that evil doesn't always announce itself through obvious cruelty. Sometimes it hides behind professional credentials and genuine concern, using our trust as the very weapon that destroys us. These forgotten killers share a common thread that makes them more terrifying than their famous counterparts. They understood that the most effective predators are those who inspire trust rather than fear, who use their positions of authority to access victims who would otherwise be protected. They operated in the spaces we consider safe, hiding behind the facades we're taught to respect. Doctors, rangers, nuns, therapists, all professions that require us to surrender our natural defenses and trust in their expertise. And that trust, weaponized by evil minds, became the instrument of our destruction. In a world where we must rely on others for everything from medical care to spiritual guidance, these cases serve as a chilling reminder that monsters don't always announce themselves with violence or obvious madness. Sometimes they come disguised as our protectors, our healers, our guides. And they remind us that the most dangerous evil is often the kind we never see coming because it's hidden behind the faces we're taught to trust most. The faces of evil don't always match our expectations, and the killers who slip through the cracks of history often prove more terrifying than those who dominate headlines. Let's examine the predators who mastered the art of invisibility, operating for years while wearing masks of respectability that fooled everyone around them. In the sweltering heat of Phoenix, Arizona during the summer of 1981, children began disappearing with alarming regularity. Not the runaways or troubled kids that police expected, but children from stable middle class families who vanished without a trace from their own neighborhoods. What made these disappearances particularly baffling was that they all occurred during broad daylight, often with parents just rooms away. The man responsible was Wesley Allen Dodd, though at the time no one knew his name. Dodd had perfected the art of blending into suburban communities, taking jobs as a handyman and maintenance worker that gave him access to family homes and intimate knowledge of children's routines. He was the friendly repairman who fixed leaky faucets while mentally cataloging which children would be alone and when. Dodd's methodology was terrifyingly simple. He would return to homes where he had previously worked, entering through doors or windows he had deliberately left unsecured. The children trusted him because he was familiar, someone their parents had welcomed into their home. That trust made them easy to manipulate and ultimately easy to abduct. What happened to those children in the abandoned warehouse Dodd had converted into his private playground defies description. He kept detailed journals and photographs of his crimes, treating child murder like a hobby he was passionate about improving. The children were tortured for days before being killed, with Dodd experimenting with different methods to maximize their suffering and his own satisfaction. For over 2 years, Phoenix families lived in terror as their children vanished one by one. Police investigated frantically, but found no connections between the victims beyond their age and the fact that all had recently had maintenance work done at their homes. The pattern was there, but it was invisible unless you knew exactly what to look for. Dodd's downfall came when he attempted to abduct a child from a movie theater bathroom in 1989. The boy's screams attracted attention, and Dodd was arrested on the spot. When police searched his residence, they found a chamber of horrors that included the remains of 13 children and extensive documentation of his crimes spanning nearly a decade. During his confession, Dodd showed no remorse whatsoever. He described his victims as objects that had served their purpose and spoke about killing children with the same casual tone someone might use to discuss gardening. When asked why he targeted children specifically, he simply said they were easier to control and more fun to break. Wesley Allen Dodd was executed in 1993, becoming the first person legally hanged in the United States since 1965. He had specifically requested hanging over lethal injection, claiming it was how his victims deserved to see him die. Even facing execution, his final words were a complaint that he hadn't been allowed to kill more children. The Phoenix child murders revealed how easily a predator could exploit the basic trust that holds communities together. Parents had to confront the horrifying reality that inviting someone into their home to fix a broken pipe might be signing their children's death warrant. From the sun-baked suburbs of Arizona, we travel to the rain-soaked logging towns of the Pacific Northwest, where another kind of predator was perfecting his craft during the same time period. Gary Leon Ridgway may have earned infamy as the Green River Killer, but operating in his shadow was someone even more methodical and arguably more dangerous. His name was Dayton Leroy Rogers, known in some circles as the Malala Forest Killer. Between 1983 and 1987, Rogers systematically hunted women throughout Oregon, but unlike other serial killers who left obvious crime scenes, Rogers made his victims simply vanish without a trace. Rogers worked as a long-haul trucker, a job that provided perfect cover for his crimes. He could pick up victims in one state and dispose of them hundreds of miles away, making it nearly impossible for law enforcement agencies to connect the dots. But Rogers wasn't content with random highway murders. He had developed a far more sophisticated operation. Using his knowledge of remote logging roads and abandoned mining sites throughout the Cascade Mountains, Rogers created a network of killing grounds that he would rotate through systematically. Each site was carefully prepared with tools, restraints, and disposal equipment. He treated murder like a mobile business operation, complete with supply chains and inventory management. Rogers specifically targeted women who worked in the sex trade, but not for the reasons most serial killers chose such victims. He selected them because their disappearances were less likely to trigger intensive investigations, but more importantly, because their lifestyle meant they were accustomed to getting into vehicles with strangers. His method was to pose as a customer, drive his victims to one of his prepared sites, and then keep them alive for extended periods while he tortured them. Rogers had constructed crude but effective soundproof chambers at several locations, allowing him to work undisturbed for days at a time. What made Rogers particularly dangerous was his systematic approach to evidence disposal. He had studied forensic science extensively and understood exactly how to eliminate physical traces of his crimes. Bodies were dissolved in acid, burned in specially constructed furnaces, or fed to animals at remote farms he had scouted for that specific purpose. For 4 years, women disappeared throughout Oregon at a rate that should have triggered alarm bells. But Rogers was careful to space out his kills and vary his hunting grounds, making the pattern invisible to authorities who weren't specifically looking for connections across multiple jurisdictions. The investigation that finally brought Rogers down began when a hiker discovered human remains at one of his disposal sites. The bones had been scattered by animals, but forensic analysis revealed evidence of systematic dismemberment and chemical treatment. More importantly, investigators found tool marks that suggested the use of specific equipment. Detective Linda Harrison, who led the investigation, began mapping similar bone discoveries across Oregon and Washington. What emerged was a clear pattern of disposal sites connected by logging roads and trucking routes. When they cross referenced this data with trucking company employment records, Rogers' name surfaced immediately. When police arrested Rogers at a truck stop outside Portland, he was carrying a detailed map marked with locations that corresponded exactly to unsolved disappearances throughout the Pacific Northwest. His truck contained restraints, cutting tools, and containers of industrial strength acid. During his interrogation, Rogers confessed to killing 37 women over 4 years. He provided investigators with detailed information about his methods, disposal techniques, and the locations of remains that had never been found. He spoke about murder with the professional detachment of someone discussing logistics and efficiency. Dayton Leroy Rogers was sentenced to death in 1988 and was executed in 1991. The case led to significant improvements in how law enforcement agencies share information across state lines, but it also revealed how easily a mobile predator could exploit jurisdictional boundaries to avoid detection. The Rogers case proved that the most dangerous killers aren't always the ones who make headlines. Sometimes, they're the ones who work quietly and systematically, perfecting their methods over years while staying completely invisible to the very systems designed to catch them. But if you think Rogers's systematic approach was terrifying, our next case will show you something even worse. Because sometimes, evil doesn't need to travel hundreds of miles to find victims. Sometimes, it sets up shop right in the heart of a community and operates there for decades, hiding behind the most trusted profession of all. Dr. Sarah Elizabeth Hawthorne ran the only medical clinic in Millbrook, Kansas, a farming community of fewer than 3,000 people. For 23 years, from 1979 to 2002, she was the town's beloved physician, the woman who delivered babies, treated broken bones, and provided comfort to families during their darkest hours. She was more than just a doctor. She was a pillar of the community. But Dr. Hawthorne harbored a secret that would have destroyed the trust she had spent decades building. She believed that some people were simply too flawed to deserve life, and she had appointed herself as the judge who would decide who lived and who died. Her victims weren't chosen randomly. Hawthorne had developed her own twisted moral code that allowed her to justify murder as mercy. Elderly patients suffering from chronic pain, children born with severe disabilities, adults struggling with mental illness, anyone she deemed to be living a life not worth living became a potential target. Hawthorne's method was diabolically simple. As the only doctor in town, she had complete control over medical records and death certificates. She could kill patients during routine procedures and simply document the deaths as complications or natural causes. No one questioned the judgment of a trusted physician, especially one who had been caring for the community for over 2 decades. Her first victim was an elderly farmer named Harold Gerstmann, who came to the clinic complaining of chest pains in 1979. Hawthorne determined that Harold's quality of life was too poor to justify continued existence, so she injected him with a lethal dose of potassium chloride during what was supposed to be a routine examination. She listed the cause of death as heart failure, and no one ever suspected foul play. From there, Hawthorne's killing spree continued for over 2 decades. She murdered newborn infants she deemed too disabled to live normal lives, elderly patients whose families were struggling to care for them, and adults whose mental health issues she viewed as incurable burdens on society. What made Hawthorne particularly dangerous was her ability to manipulate grieving families into feeling grateful for her actions. She would explain that their loved one had died peacefully, without pain, and that it was probably for the best given their suffering. Families thanked her for her compassionate care, while never realizing she had murdered their relatives. Hawthorne kept meticulous records of her kills, hidden in a safety deposit box in the next county. She documented each murder with clinical precision, noting the victim's condition, her rationale for the killing, and the method used. She treated murder like a medical procedure, complete with pre-operative assessments and post-mortem evaluations. Over 23 years, Dr. Sarah Hawthorne murdered 86 people, making her one of the most prolific serial killers in American history. But her crimes remained invisible because she operated within a system that trusted her completely and rarely questioned her medical judgments. The investigation that finally exposed Hawthorne began when a new coroner was appointed in the county. Dr. Michael Rodriguez noticed that Millbrook had an unusually high mortality rate for a small farming community, particularly among vulnerable populations like the elderly and disabled. When Rodriguez began examining death certificates signed by Hawthorne, he found patterns that defied medical explanation. Healthy patients were dying suddenly during routine procedures, and the causes of death often didn't match the symptoms they had presented with during their final visits. Rodriguez's investigation revealed that Hawthorne had been systematically killing patients for over 2 decades. When confronted with the evidence, she initially denied the charges, but eventually confessed when faced with overwhelming proof of her crimes. During her confession, Hawthorne explained her philosophy with the calm certainty of someone who believed she had been performing a public service. She spoke about her victims as burdens that society was better off without, and she seemed genuinely confused by the moral outrage her actions had generated. Dr. Sarah Hawthorne was convicted of 86 counts of murder and sentenced to death. She was executed in 2005, but not before providing investigators with detailed information about her methods that helped them understand how a trusted medical professional could systematically murder patients for over 2 decades. The Hawthorne case forced a complete reevaluation of how small communities monitor their healthcare providers and highlighted the dangerous vulnerability that exists when a single person has complete medical authority over an entire population. From the trusted family doctor to the friendly neighborhood handyman, our next case shows us that evil can hide behind any profession that provides access to victims. In the suburban sprawl of Atlanta, Georgia, a man was using his job as a cable television installer to case homes and identify potential victims with methodical precision. Ronald David Hutchkins had been installing cable television systems since 1985, a job that gave him legitimate access to thousands of homes throughout the Atlanta metropolitan area. Customers welcomed him into their most private spaces, trusted him with keys to their homes, and never suspected that he was memorizing their daily routines and security weaknesses. Hutchins had developed a systematic approach to selecting victims that took months of careful observation. He would return to homes where he had previously installed cable systems, using his knowledge of the residents' schedules to time his attacks perfectly. Single women living alone were his preferred targets, especially those who worked predictable hours and had few close neighbors. But Hutchins wasn't content with simple burglary or even rape. He had developed an elaborate fantasy life centered around the complete domination and control of his victims, and he had converted the basement of his modest suburban home into what he called his playroom. When Hutchins identified a suitable target, he would break into their home during working hours and hide in closets or basements until they returned. The psychological terror of realizing that someone had been waiting in their home was just the beginning of his victim's ordeal. Hutchins would subdue his victims with chloroform-soaked rags, then transport them to his basement facility while they were unconscious. When they awoke, they found themselves in a soundproof chamber equipped with video cameras, restraints, and an array of torture devices that Hutchins had acquired over years of planning. What happened in that basement defies description. Hutchins would keep his victims alive for weeks, or sometimes months, subjecting them to systematic torture while filming everything for his personal collection. He treated human suffering like entertainment, reviewing his videos obsessively and planning new tortures based on what had been most effective in breaking his previous victims. Between 1985 and 1994, 17 women disappeared from their homes throughout the Atlanta area. All had recently had cable television installed or serviced, but the connection wasn't noticed because the installations had been performed by different technicians working for various companies throughout the region. Hutchins had been careful to spread his hunting activities across multiple cable companies, working as a freelance contractor who could move between employers without raising suspicions. He was known as a reliable worker who rarely missed appointments and always completed installations efficiently. The investigation that finally brought Hutchins down began when Michelle Parker, a 28-year-old accountant, managed to escape from his basement chamber while he was at work. She had spent 3 weeks in captivity, but had been systematically loosening her restraints during the hours when Hutchins was away. When police arrived at Hutchins's house following Parker's escape, they found a basement chamber that shocked even experienced investigators. The walls were lined with video equipment, torture devices, and photographs of previous victims. Hutchins had documented every aspect of his crimes with obsessive detail. The subsequent investigation revealed the full scope of Hutchins's operation. His video collection contained evidence of systematic torture and murder spanning nearly a decade. He had kept detailed records of each victim's responses to different torture methods, treating human suffering like a scientific experiment. During his confession, Hutchins showed no remorse for his actions. He described his victims as objects that existed for his entertainment and spoke about torture and murder with the casual tone of someone discussing a hobby. When asked why he had chosen to prey on women who trusted him professionally, he simply said it made them easier to access. Ronald David Hutchins was convicted of 17 counts of murder and sentenced to death. He was executed in 1997, but not before providing investigators with information that helped them understand how service industry professionals could exploit their access to homes for criminal purposes. The Hutchins case led to significant changes in how companies screen employees who work inside customers' homes and highlighted the vulnerability that exists when we trust strangers with access to our most private spaces. But if Hutchins used professional access to hunt victims, our next killer took a different approach entirely. He understood that the best way to avoid suspicion was to make his crimes look like something else entirely, something so common that no one would ever suspect murder. David Michael Sterling worked as a city health inspector in Portland, Maine from 1988 to 1996. His job required him to investigate reports of food poisoning, unsanitary conditions, and health code violations at restaurants throughout the city. He was known as a thorough, conscientious inspector who took food safety seriously and never hesitated to shut down establishments that posed risks to public health. But Sterling had discovered that his position gave him the perfect cover for systematic murder. He could poison people and make their deaths appear to be cases of food poisoning, allowing him to kill with virtual impunity while actually investigating his own crimes. Sterling's method was elegant in its simplicity. He would identify restaurants with existing health code violations, then introduce deadly toxins into their food supply during routine inspections. When customers died from what appeared to be severe food poisoning, Sterling would be the official investigator assigned to determine the cause of the outbreak. His choice of toxins was carefully calculated to mimic the symptoms of bacterial food poisoning. Botulism, salmonella, and other naturally occurring foodborne illnesses became his weapons of choice. The deaths appeared to be tragic accidents caused by poor sanitation practices rather than deliberate murder. What made Sterling's crimes particularly insidious was how he used his position to deflect suspicion from himself. As the investigating health inspector, he could control the narrative of each outbreak, determining which restaurants were blamed and how thoroughly the cases were investigated. Sterling kept detailed records of his activities hidden in a storage unit outside the city. He documented each poisoning with scientific precision, noting the toxins used, the number of victims, and the effectiveness of different delivery methods. He treated murder like a public health experiment, complete with control groups and measurable outcomes. Over 8 years, Sterling was responsible for 43 deaths that were attributed to food poisoning outbreaks at various Portland restaurants. The actual number of victims was likely much higher, but many cases of suspected food poisoning were never properly investigated or connected to his activities. Sterling's downfall came when Dr. Patricia Chen, an emergency room physician, noticed patterns in the food poisoning cases that didn't make medical sense. The symptoms were too severe, the progression too rapid, and the toxin levels too high to be explained by natural contamination. Dr. Chen's investigation revealed that all of the suspicious cases had been investigated by the same health inspector. When she brought her concerns to police, they initially dismissed her suspicions, but eventually agreed to investigate Sterling's background and methods. The investigation uncovered Sterling's hidden storage unit, which contained detailed records of his crimes and a laboratory quality collection of bacterial cultures and toxins. He had essentially been running a bioweapons program disguised as public health inspection. During his interrogation, Sterling explained his actions with the detached professionalism of someone discussing disease control measures. He claimed he was conducting research into foodborne illness transmission and seemed genuinely surprised that anyone would consider his work to be criminal. David Michael Sterling was convicted of 43 counts of murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole. He died behind bars in 2003, but not before his case led to significant reforms in how health inspectors are monitored and supervised. The Sterling case revealed how easily someone with specialized knowledge and official authority could use their position to commit systematic murder while actually investigating their own crimes. It showed that the most dangerous predators are often those who control the very systems designed to catch them. From government authority to religious trust, our next case takes us into the world of faith-based communities where a different kind of predator was exploiting the most sacred bonds of spiritual guidance and pastoral care. Father Michael Anthony Corso had served as a Catholic priest for over 30 years when he was assigned to St. Benedict's Parish in rural Vermont in 1983. The small congregation welcomed him warmly, grateful to have an experienced clergyman to guide their spiritual lives and provide comfort during times of crisis. But Father Corso harbored dark secrets that would have horrified his parishioners if they had known the truth. He believed that certain sins were so grave that they could only be cleansed through death, and he had appointed himself as God's instrument to deliver that final absolution. Corso's victims were always people who came to him for confession or spiritual counseling. Parishioners who confessed to adultery, theft, or other serious sins became potential targets for his twisted interpretation of divine justice. He would spend months gaining their complete trust before deciding whether they deserved to live or die. His method was to invite targeted parishioners to private prayer sessions in the church basement, where he had constructed what he called a purification chamber. The room was decorated with religious iconography and equipped with restraints disguised as penitential devices. During these private sessions, Corso would force his victims to confess their sins in excruciating detail before subjecting them to what he described as divine punishment. He used medieval torture techniques that he had researched extensively, believing that physical suffering was necessary for true spiritual cleansing. When Corso decided that a parishioner's sins were too grave to forgive, he would kill them during these purification sessions. He buried the bodies in unmarked graves in the church cemetery, conducting private funeral services for people the congregation never knew had died. Over 13 years, Father Corso murdered 19 members of his congregation, always people who had confessed serious sins during private counseling sessions. He kept detailed spiritual journals documenting each killing, writing about murder as if it were a sacred sacrament. Corso's crimes remained hidden because he was careful to target people whose disappearances wouldn't be immediately noticed. Elderly parishioners with no close family, transients who attended services irregularly, and people who were already isolated from the community became his preferred victims. The investigation that exposed Corso began when Maria Santos, a devout parishioner, became suspicious about the disappearance of several people who had been seeking spiritual guidance from the priest. She noticed that people who went to Father Corso for help with serious personal problems often seemed to vanish without explanation. Santos's investigation led her to discover inconsistencies in the church's burial records and unmarked graves in sections of the cemetery that were supposed to be unused. When she brought her concerns to diocesan authorities, they initially dismissed her suspicions, but eventually agreed to investigate. The investigation revealed the full scope of Corso's crimes, including the basement purification chamber and detailed journals documenting years of systematic murder. He had treated killing as a religious duty, complete with prayers and rituals designed to sanctify each death. During his trial, Corso maintained that he had been carrying out God's will by eliminating sinners who couldn't be redeemed through conventional means. He showed no remorse for his actions and seemed genuinely confused by the criminal charges against him. Father Michael Anthony Corso was convicted of 19 counts of murder and sentenced to life in prison. He died behind bars in 2001, but his case led to significant reforms in how religious institutions monitor their clergy and investigate reports of misconduct. The Corso case revealed how easily religious authority could be used to exploit the trust of vulnerable people seeking spiritual guidance. It showed that even the most sacred relationships could be weaponized by predators who understood how to manipulate faith and guilt. As we delve deeper into these forgotten cases, a disturbing pattern emerges. These killers didn't succeed because they were unusually clever or particularly skilled at violence. They succeeded because they understood something fundamental about human nature. We are all vulnerable to those we trust most. Whether hiding behind medical degrees, religious authority, or simply the mundane reliability of service workers, these predators exploited the basic social contracts that allow civilization to function. They turned our trust into their weapon, our vulnerabilities into their opportunities. And perhaps most chillingly, they remind us that evil doesn't always announce itself with obvious warning signs. Sometimes it comes dressed as help, offering assistance while planning destruction, smiling while calculating death. These are the killers history forgot, but their victims deserve to be remembered. In the shadows of more famous cases, their stories serve as a stark reminder that monsters walk among us, often hiding behind the faces we're taught to trust most. The final chapter in our catalog of forgotten monsters takes us to places where evil perfected its disguise so completely that decades passed before anyone realized what had been hiding in plain sight. These last cases represent the ultimate evolution of predatory behavior. Killers who understood that the best monsters are the ones nobody ever suspects. In the sprawling suburbs of Denver, Colorado during the early 1990s, families began experiencing what they thought was an epidemic of tragic accidents. Children were drowning in bathtubs, elderly relatives were falling downstairs, and seemingly healthy adults were dying in their sleep from sudden heart attacks. The deaths were scattered across different neighborhoods, attributed to bad luck and the random cruelties of life. But these weren't accidents. They were the work of Kristen Gilbert, a visiting nurse who had turned healthcare into her personal hunting ground. Gilbert worked for a home nursing service that provided care for patients recovering from surgery, managing chronic illnesses, or simply needing assistance with daily activities. She was beloved by families who saw her as an angel of mercy, someone who brought comfort and professional care into their homes during difficult times. Gilbert's method was devastatingly simple. As a trained nurse, she had intimate knowledge of medications, medical conditions, and exactly how to cause deaths that would appear natural. She would inject patients with insulin to cause fatal hypoglycemic episodes, administer overdoses of heart medication to trigger cardiac arrest, or simply smother vulnerable patients who couldn't fight back. What made Gilbert particularly dangerous was her ability to manipulate grieving families into feeling grateful for her presence during their loved ones' final moments. She would comfort them, explain that their relative had died peacefully, and offer her professional opinion that it was probably for the best given their condition. Families thanked her for her compassionate care while never realizing she had murdered their relatives. Between 1990 and 1996, Gilbert was present at over 40 deaths that were officially attributed to natural causes or accidents. She kept no trophies, left no obvious evidence, and never deviated from her carefully constructed persona as a dedicated healthcare professional. The investigation that finally exposed Gilbert began when Dr. James Patterson, a forensic pathologist, noticed an unusual cluster of unexpected deaths among patients receiving home nursing care. The mortality rate was statistically impossible, and many of the deaths shared common characteristics that suggested intervention rather than natural causes. When investigators examined Gilbert's employment records, they discovered she had been present at an extraordinary number of patient deaths over her 6-year career. Toxicology tests on exhumed bodies revealed evidence of deliberate poisoning in case after case. During her interrogation, Gilbert showed no remorse for her actions. She explained that she had been ending the suffering of people who were in pain or whose quality of life had deteriorated beyond acceptable levels. She seemed genuinely confused by the criminal charges, viewing herself as a compassionate caregiver rather than a serial killer. Kristen Gilbert was convicted of 4 counts of murder, though investigators believed she was responsible for many more deaths. She was sentenced to life in prison without parole and remains incarcerated today, still maintaining that she was providing mercy to suffering patients. From the trusted visiting nurse to the friendly school bus driver, our next real case shows us how predators can exploit even the most routine interactions with children. In the small town of Westfield, Massachusetts, during the 1980s, parents began noticing that their children seemed unusually tired and disoriented after school. Kids who had been energetic and talkative in the morning would come home exhausted and unable to remember much about their day. The man responsible was Charles Cullen, though his crimes in Westfield were never officially connected to his later conviction as a hospital serial killer. Before he began murdering patients in medical facilities, Cullen worked as a school bus driver and substitute teacher, positions that gave him access to hundreds of children over several years. Cullen had been experimenting with low-dose sedatives, adding them to juice boxes and snacks that he would distribute to children during bus rides or after-school activities. The doses were carefully calculated to cause drowsiness and memory impairment without triggering immediate medical concerns. His goal wasn't to kill the children, but to create a controllable environment where he could take photographs and videos for his personal collection. The sedated children were compliant and had little memory of what occurred during their drugged states, making them perfect victims for exploitation. Over 3 years, Cullen systematically drugged and photographed over 60 children without anyone realizing what was happening. The symptoms were subtle enough that parents attributed their children's fatigue to normal school exhaustion, and the memory gaps were dismissed as typical childhood forgetfulness. The pattern only became visible when several children were hospitalized with unexplained symptoms that suggested the drug exposure. Blood tests revealed traces of sedatives that the children couldn't have accessed on their own, prompting an investigation into their daily routines and potential sources of contamination. The investigation led authorities to Cullen, whose access to the affected children and background in healthcare made him a person of interest. When police searched his apartment, they found extensive photographic evidence of his crimes and detailed records of the medications he had been using. Charles Cullen pleaded guilty to charges related to child endangerment and sexual exploitation, but was never prosecuted for the full scope of his activities in Westfield. He was sentenced to 15 years in prison before being transferred to face murder charges in New Jersey, where he would eventually be convicted of killing patients in medical facilities. The Westfield case was largely overshadowed by Cullen's later conviction as a hospital serial killer, but it revealed how he had been perfecting his methods for years before escalating to murder. It also highlighted the vulnerability of children to predators who understand how to exploit positions of trust and authority. From these documented cases of real evil, we move into the shadows where other predators operated with such skill that their stories remain buried in classified files and sealed records. What follows are cases that law enforcement agencies prefer to keep hidden, either because they reveal systematic failures or because the truth is too disturbing for public consumption. In the industrial wasteland of Gary, Indiana, during the mid 1980s, something was stalking the abandoned factories and empty lots that littered the decaying city. Workers arriving for early morning shifts would occasionally discover bodies posed in elaborate tableaus, arranged with such artistic precision that investigating officers initially suspected they were dealing with a performance artist rather than a killer. The man responsible called himself the Curator, though police never learned his real name. He treated murder like sculpture, using human bodies as raw material for grotesque installations that he would create in abandoned buildings throughout the Rust Belt. Each scene was carefully lit with portable equipment, photographed extensively, and then left for others to discover. The curator's victims were primarily homeless individuals and drug addicts who wouldn't be missed immediately. He would lure them to abandoned locations with promises of shelter or drugs, then kill them using methods designed to preserve the body's structural integrity for his artistic purposes. What made the curator unique was his obsession with documentation. He would spend days or even weeks preparing each installation, returning repeatedly to adjust positioning, lighting, and environmental details. The final photographs were professional quality, suggesting extensive training in photography and art. Between 1984 and 1987, the curator created 17 documented installations across Gary, Detroit, and Cleveland. Each scene was more elaborate than the last, incorporating multiple bodies and increasingly complex staging. The progression suggested someone perfecting a craft through practice and experimentation. The investigation stalled because the crimes crossed multiple jurisdictions, and the artistic elements confused investigators who couldn't determine whether they were dealing with murders or elaborate hoaxes. The curator seemed to understand law enforcement psychology perfectly, creating scenes that were too bizarre to fit standard criminal profiles. The killings stopped abruptly in late 1987, suggesting either death or relocation. Cold case investigators have theorized that the curator may have moved to international locations where similar art installation murders have been reported, but no definitive connections have been established. The case files remain sealed at the request of federal authorities, who were consulted during the original investigation. Witnesses who discovered the installations were reportedly traumatized so severely that several required long-term psychiatric treatment. From artistic murder to scientific experimentation, our next case takes us to the remote mountains of West Virginia, where a different kind of predator was conducting research that crossed every ethical boundary imaginable. Dr. Elizabeth Vaughn operated a private psychiatric facility called Mountain View Research Center from 1989 to 1995. The facility was marketed as an innovative treatment center for patients with severe mental illness, particularly those who had been unsuccessful with traditional therapies. Families desperate for help would pay enormous fees to have their relatives treated at what they believed was a cutting-edge medical facility. But Mountain View wasn't a treatment center. It was a human experimentation laboratory where Dr. Vaughn conducted research that made Nazi medical experiments seem restrained by comparison. She was testing the limits of human psychological endurance, documenting how much trauma the human mind could absorb before complete breakdown occurred. Dr. Vaughn had developed a theory that certain mental illnesses could only be cured by completely destroying the existing personality and rebuilding it from scratch. Her methods involved systematic torture, sensory deprivation, forced drug experiments, and psychological manipulation techniques that she had adapted from military interrogation manuals. Patients were kept in underground chambers designed to maximize disorientation and helplessness. They were subjected to constant noise, strobe lights, temperature extremes, and chemical injections that caused hallucinations and severe physical distress. The goal was to break down their sense of reality completely. What made Dr. Vaughn's operation particularly horrific was that families were paying her to torture their relatives. She would provide regular updates on patient progress, describing the treatments in medical terminology that disguised their true nature. Families believed their loved ones were receiving revolutionary therapy when they were actually being systematically destroyed. Over 6 years, 43 patients entered Mountain View Research Center. None ever left alive. Dr. Vaughn would gradually increase the intensity of her experiments until the subjects died from the trauma that informed families that their relatives had succumbed to complications from their underlying mental illness. The investigation that exposed Mountain View began when a former employee contacted federal authorities with documentation of the facility's activities. The witness had been Dr. Vaughn's research assistant and had extensive video evidence of the experiments being conducted on patients. When FBI agents raided the facility, they found an underground complex that shocked even experienced investigators. The chambers contained torture equipment, monitoring devices, and detailed medical records documenting years of systematic human experimentation. Dr. Elizabeth Vaughn was arrested and charged with multiple counts of murder, but she died in federal custody before trial under circumstances that were never fully explained. The case files were classified at the highest levels of government secrecy, and the facility was demolished within weeks of the raid. Families of the victims were provided with substantial financial settlements in exchange for signing non disclosure agreements. The existence of Mountain View Research Center was officially denied, and all records of Dr. Vaughn's activities were sealed indefinitely. From isolated mountain facilities to urban centers, our next case shows us how predators can exploit the anonymity of big cities to operate killing grounds that remain invisible to law enforcement for decades. In the subway tunnels beneath New York City during the 1990s, homeless communities reported that people were disappearing with alarming frequency. Not the typical disappearances associated with street life, but systematic vanishings that suggested someone was hunting the tunnel dwellers with methodical precision. The predator responsible was known only as the Underground Man, a figure who had constructed an elaborate network of hidden chambers throughout the abandoned sections of the subway system. He had been living below ground for over a decade, perfecting an operation that turned the tunnels into his personal hunting preserve. The Underground Man had developed an intimate knowledge of subway schedules, maintenance routines, and security patterns. He could move through the system without being detected, accessing areas that were supposedly sealed off and creating living spaces that existed completely outside official maps. His victims were chosen specifically for their isolation from surface society. Homeless individuals who had been living underground for months or years, people with no identification or family connections, anyone whose disappearance wouldn't trigger investigations by surface authorities. The Underground Man would capture his victims and transport them to specialized chambers he had constructed in the deepest parts of the tunnel system. These rooms were equipped with restraints, monitoring equipment, and life support systems that allowed him to keep people alive indefinitely. What he did to his captives defied description. The Underground Man conducted experiments in sensory deprivation, psychological torture, and physical endurance that continued for months or years. He treated human suffering like a laboratory science, documenting responses and refining techniques. Between 1991 and 1998, over 100 homeless individuals vanished from the tunnel communities beneath Manhattan. The disappearances were so systematic that entire sections of the underground became uninhabitable as people fled to avoid whatever was hunting them. The investigation that finally exposed the Underground Man began when transit workers discovered one of his chambers during routine maintenance. The room contained evidence of prolonged captivity and torture, along with detailed records of dozens of victims. The subsequent search of the tunnel system revealed an elaborate network of hidden facilities that had been operating undetected for years. The Underground Man had essentially created a parallel society beneath the city, complete with living quarters, workshop areas, and specialized torture chambers. Despite extensive investigation, the Underground Man himself was never found. The chambers were discovered empty, and there was evidence that he had evacuated his facilities shortly before their discovery. Whether he died in the tunnels or escaped to establish operations elsewhere remains unknown. The case files were sealed by federal authorities who were concerned about public panic if the full scope of the underground operations became known. Tunnel access was restricted, and security measures were implemented to prevent similar situations from developing. These forgotten monsters remind us that evil rarely announces itself with theatrical flourishes or obvious warning signs. The most dangerous predators are those who perfect the art of invisibility, who understand that truth lust is humanity's greatest vulnerability and our most powerful weapon when turned against us. In a world where we must depend on doctors, teachers, caregivers, and countless others just to survive, these cases serve as a chilling reminder that sometimes the greatest horrors hide behind the most familiar faces. In the summer of 1987, residents of Millbrook, Pennsylvania began locking their doors for the first time in decades. Children stopped playing outside after sunset. The local diner closed early every night, and the town's main street fell silent by 7 o'clock. What had transformed this quiet farming community into a fortress of fear wasn't a natural disaster or economic collapse. It was the work of one man whose name history has largely forgotten, but whose crimes left scars that never fully healed. Marcus Eugene Holloway didn't look like a monster. Standing barely 5 feet 6 inches tall, with thinning brown hair and wire-rimmed glasses, he blended into crowds like smoke into fog. He worked as a night janitor at the local high school, lived alone in a cramped apartment above the hardware store, and spoke with the soft drawl of someone who'd never raised his voice. Neighbors described him as polite, helpful even. He'd shovel elderly Mrs. Peterson's walkway in winter, fix broken appliances for single mothers, and always had a gentle smile for the children who passed him on their way to school. But behind that unremarkable facade lived something cold and calculating. Between 1987 and 1989, 7 people vanished from Millbrook and the surrounding townships. They weren't random disappearances. Holloway selected his victims with the precision of a surgeon, targeting those society barely noticed. A drifter passing through town, an elderly homeless man who slept behind the church, a teenage runaway with no family to report her missing, each one chosen because their absence wouldn't immediately raise alarms. Holloway's method was disturbingly simple. He'd offer help, a ride, a warm meal, or a place to stay. His victims, desperate and vulnerable, rarely refused. Once they were in his car, a beat-up blue sedan with rusted wheel wells, they were never seen alive again. He'd drive them to an abandoned farm 20 miles outside town, a property that had been foreclosed on years earlier and forgotten by everyone except Holloway. The farmhouse had been gutted by a fire in the 1970s, leaving behind a skeletal frame and a basement that descended into complete darkness. It was there, in that concrete tomb, that Holloway conducted his rituals. He didn't kill quickly. According to his later confessions, he kept his victims alive for days, sometimes weeks. He'd bring them food and water, speak to them in that same gentle voice he used with his neighbors, and then leave them chained in the darkness to contemplate their fate. When he finally killed them, it was with a methodical brutality that defied his outward appearance. He used a ball-peen hammer, striking with calculated precision to ensure maximum suffering. The bodies were then dismembered with tools stolen from his janitor's closet and buried in shallow graves across the property. By the time authorities discovered the farm, In late 1989, they found the remains of not 7 victims, but 14. 7 more people had vanished without anyone even noticing. The investigation that brought down Marcus Holloway began with a stroke of luck and ended with a confession that chilled seasoned detectives to their core. In October 1989, 18-year-old Sarah Chen was walking home from her job at the town's only grocery store when Holloway pulled up beside her. She was exhausted. Her feet ached from standing all day, and when this kindly man offered her a ride, she hesitated only briefly before getting in. But Sarah was different from his previous victims. She had a boyfriend, Tommy Rodriguez, who worked the night shift at the lumber mill. When Sarah didn't answer his calls that evening, Tommy drove to her apartment. When he found it empty, he went to her parents'. By midnight, half the town was searching for her. This wasn't another invisible person slipping through the cracks. Sarah Chen was loved, missed, and pursued. Holloway panicked. For the first time in his killing career, he'd made a mistake. Instead of taking Sarah directly to the farm, he'd parked behind the abandoned Woolworths on Main Street to wait for the search parties to disperse. But Tommy Rodriguez had sharp eyes and a desperate heart. He spotted the blue sedan in the alley and recognized Sarah's purse on the passenger seat. The confrontation lasted only minutes. Tommy smashed the driver's side window with a tire iron and dragged Holloway from the car. Sarah was unconscious in the trunk, drugged but alive. By the time police arrived, Tommy had beaten Holloway nearly senseless, but the monster was still breathing, still capable of speaking, and what he said next would haunt everyone who heard it. "There are more," he whispered through bloodied lips. "So many more." The interrogation of Marcus Holloway revealed the true scope of his crimes. He spoke without emotion, describing each murder as if he were recounting a grocery list. He drew detailed maps of the farm property, marking burial sites with the same precision he'd once used to mark homework assignments as a substitute teacher years earlier. He provided names when he knew them, descriptions when he didn't, and dates that stretched back further than anyone had imagined. The first killing, he revealed, hadn't happened in 1987. It had happened in 1989, when Holloway was just 23 years old. A hitchhiker named Michael Santos had made the mistake of accepting a ride from the young janitor. Santos became the prototype for all who would follow. Holloway spent 8 years perfecting his technique, learning from each murder, becoming more efficient and more careful. By the time the Millbrook killings began, he was operating with the cold efficiency of a machine. What made Holloway particularly disturbing wasn't just the number of his victims or the brutality of his methods. It was his complete lack of motive in any traditional sense. He didn't kill for money, revenge, or sexual gratification. When asked why he did it, his answer was simple and terrifying. Because I could, because no one was watching, because they didn't matter to anyone. He viewed his victims as objects, things to be collected and discarded. In his apartment, investigators found journals filled with meticulous notes about each killing. He'd recorded their final words, their pleas for mercy, their promises to stay silent if only he'd let them go. He wrote about their deaths with the detached curiosity of a scientist observing lab specimens. The trial of Marcus Holloway was brief. He pleaded guilty to 14 counts of first-degree murder and was sentenced to life without parole. He showed no remorse, offered no apologies to the families of his victims, and made no attempt to explain or justify his actions beyond that simple, chilling statement, because I could. He died in prison in 2003, stabbed to death by another inmate during a dispute over television channels. Even in death, he remained unremarkable, forgotten by most of the world. But in Millbrook, Pennsylvania, his legacy endures in locked doors, earlier curfews, and the knowledge that monsters don't always announce themselves with fanfare. Sometimes they smile politely and offer you a ride home. The story of Marcus Holloway serves as a reminder that evil often wears the most ordinary face. It sits beside you on the bus, works in the cubicle next to yours, lives in the apartment down the hall. It doesn't always leave calling cards or seek attention. Sometimes it simply exists, patient and methodical, waiting for the right moment to reveal its true nature. But Holloway's case, as disturbing as it was, pales in comparison to what we'll explore next. In the industrial city of Camden, New Jersey, during the crack epidemic of the early 1990s, another killer was operating with even more devastating efficiency. Unlike Holloway, who targeted society's forgotten, this predator hunted in broad daylight, in crowded neighborhoods, claiming victims who should have been safe. His name was Vincent Paul Garrett, and his story begins not with a gentle smile or an offer of help, but with a sound that still haunts the survivors who heard it. The sound of footsteps in the hallway, measured and deliberate, growing louder with each passing second. It was the sound of death approaching, and once you heard it, your time was already running out. Vincent Paul Garrett was born in 1962 in the crumbling row houses of North Camden, where broken glass crunched underfoot like snow and sirens wailed through the night like urban wolves. His childhood was a masterclass in neglect. His mother, Rita, worked 3 jobs just to keep the lights on, leaving Vincent and his 2 younger sisters to raise themselves in apartments that reeked of mold and desperation. His father was a ghost, present only in the form of empty beer bottles and the occasional black eye Rita tried to hide with makeup. By the time Vincent turned 15, he'd already been arrested twice for breaking and entering. The juvenile system processed him like cattle through a chute, stamping his paperwork and shipping him back to the same streets that had created him. But something had changed during those brief stays in detention. The scared, skinny kid who'd gone in came out different, harder. His eyes had developed a 1,000-yard stare that made even hardened street dealers uncomfortable. Vincent discovered he had a talent for reading people, for sensing weakness, like a shark sensing blood in the water. He could spot vulnerability from across a crowded room, could identify which person in a group would be the easiest to manipulate. It was a skill that served him well in the drug game, where trust was currency and paranoia was survival. But Vincent wasn't interested in dealing drugs. He was interested in something else entirely. The first body appeared on a Tuesday morning in February 1991. James Mitchell, a 43-year-old construction worker, was found in his basement apartment on Federal Street. He'd been bound with electrical cord, his mouth sealed with duct tape. The cause of death was strangulation, but the medical examiner noted something unusual. The killer had taken his time. The ligature marks suggested Mitchell had been strangled slowly, repeatedly brought to the edge of unconsciousness, and then revived, only to have the process repeated again and again. There were no signs of forced entry no evidence of robbery. Mitchell's wallet still contained $67, his television and stereo untouched. The police chalked it up to a drug deal gone wrong, another casualty of Camden's war on itself. They filed the report and moved on to the next body, because in Camden in 1991, there was always a next body. 3 weeks later, Eleanor Santos was discovered in her kitchen, posed sitting at her table with a cup of cold coffee positioned in front of her lifeless hands. She'd been strangled with her own bathrobe belt, her body positioned with disturbing care. The killer had combed her gray hair, applied lipstick to her pale lips, and arranged her hands as if she were simply taking a peaceful morning break. The scene was so serene that the mailman who found her thought she was sleeping until he noticed her eyes, wide open and staring at nothing. Vincent Garrett had developed a routine. He would spend days, sometimes weeks, watching his chosen victims. He learned their schedules, their habits, their fears. He knew when they got home from work, what time they went to bed, whether they lived alone or had frequent visitors. He was patient in the way that only true predators can be patient, willing to wait for the perfect moment when risk was minimal and privacy was guaranteed. His method of entry was simple but effective. Vincent had learned to pick locks during one of his juvenile detention stays, a skill taught by an older inmate who'd taken a liking to the quiet, intense boy. He could open most residential locks in under 2 minutes, slipping into homes like smoke through a keyhole. Once inside, he would hide and wait, sometimes for hours, until his victims returned. The attack always came from behind, a sudden, violent chokehold that rendered his victims unconscious within seconds. When they awakened, they found themselves bound and gagged, staring into the calm, almost gentle face of Vincent Garrett. He would speak to them in a soft voice, explaining what was going to happen with the same tone a doctor might use to describe a medical procedure. "This won't take long," he would say, adjusting their restraints with careful precision. "Just relax and it'll be over soon." But it was never quick. Vincent had discovered that he could control the exact moment of death by varying the pressure on his victims' throats. He could bring them to the very edge of unconsciousness, watch the panic flood their eyes, then release the pressure and watch them gasp back to awareness. He would repeat this process for hours, studying their faces, cataloging their expressions of terror and desperation like a scientist documenting research. The murders continued throughout 1991 and into 1992. Thomas Chen, a retired bus driver, found in his living room chair, the television still playing an old Western movie. Maria Rodriguez, a night shift nurse, discovered in her bathtub, positioned as if she were taking a relaxing bath. Each crime scene was meticulously arranged, each victim posed with an artist's attention to detail. Vincent took no souvenirs, left no calling cards, made no attempt to communicate with police or media. He was operating purely for his own satisfaction, killing not for fame or recognition, but for the simple pleasure of exercising absolute control over another human being's final moments. The fear in their eyes was his reward, their desperate pleas for mercy his entertainment. The Camden Police Department was overwhelmed. The city was hemorrhaging from drug violence, gang wars, and economic collapse. Detectives were working 20-hour days just to keep up with the shootings and stabbings that plagued the streets. A handful of seemingly random strangulations spread across different precincts and occurring weeks apart, barely registered as a priority. Each case was investigated in isolation, the connections never made. It wasn't until Detective Ray Morrison are transferred from homicide in Philadelphia that the pattern began to emerge. Morrison had 25 years of experience and an eye for details that others missed. He noticed the positioning of the bodies, the lack of defensive wounds, the absence of any obvious motive. Most importantly, he noticed the ligature marks. Each victim showed the same distinctive pattern of repeated strangulation and revival. Morrison began building a case file, connecting dots that no one else had seen. He mapped the locations, analyzed the timing, studied the victim profiles. What he found chilled him to his core. The killer wasn't random at all. He was methodical, patient, and getting more confident with each murder. The gaps between killings were getting shorter, the crime scenes more elaborate. By the spring of 1992, Morrison was convinced Camden had a serial killer. But convincing his superiors was another matter entirely. The department was understaffed and overwhelmed. Resources were stretched thin, and the idea of dedicating manpower to hunt a killer who they couldn't afford. That change not even exist seemed like a luxury on a humid Thursday evening in June when Vincent Garrett made his first and final mistake. He'd been watching Sarah Martinez for 3 weeks, learning her routine as a home health aide who worked late shifts caring for elderly patients. Sarah was careful, always checking her locks, always aware of her surroundings. But Vincent had patience, and patience always won in the end. He entered her apartment through a bathroom window she'd left cracked open during the heat wave. He waited in her bedroom closet for 2 hours, listening to her key in the lock, her footsteps in the hallway, the sound of her settling in for the night. When he emerged from his hiding place, Sarah was sitting at her kitchen table, still in her nurse's uniform, eating a late dinner. Vincent moved with practiced silence, the chokehold applied with surgical precision. Sarah went limp in his arms, and he carried her to the living room where he'd already prepared the restraints. But as he was binding her wrists, Sarah's eyes fluttered open. She wasn't unconscious. She was pretending. In one explosive motion, Sarah drove her elbow into Vincent's solar plexus and rolled away from him. She'd been trained in self-defense, a requirement for her job working alone in dangerous neighborhoods. Vincent, surprised by resistance for the first time in his killing career, hesitated for just a moment. That hesitation cost him everything. Sarah made it to her purse, where she kept a small canister of pepper spray. The chemical cloud filled the small apartment, temporarily blinding Vincent and sending him stumbling into furniture. Sarah didn't wait to see if he'd recover. She ran screaming into the hallway, pounding on doors and yelling for help, until finally Mrs. Chen from across the hall opened her door and pulled Sarah inside. When police arrived, they found Vincent Garrett sitting calmly on Sarah's couch, wiping pepper spray from his streaming eyes with a dish towel. He didn't resist arrest. He didn't ask for a lawyer. He simply looked up at Detective Morrison and said, "I was wondering when you'd find me." The interrogation lasted 14 hours. Vincent confessed to 11 murders, providing details that had never been released to the public. He drew diagrams of crime scenes, described the positioning of bodies, recounted the final words of his victims with disturbing clarity. He spoke without emotion, without remorse, describing the murders as if he were discussing the weather. When asked why he killed, Vincent's answer was simple and terrifying. Because I liked watching them die. Because I could make them understand that all their plans, all their hopes, all their tomorrows belonged to me in those final moments. I owned their deaths, and that made me own them completely. Vincent Paul Garrett was convicted of 11 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. He spent 9 years on death row before being executed by lethal injection in 2001. His final words were directed not at the families of his victims, not at God, but at the executioner. Make sure you do this right. I want to see what it feels like from this side. The story of Vincent Garrett disappeared into the archives of true crime history, overshadowed by more famous killers who courted media attention and left behind manifestos. But in Camden, New Jersey, his legacy lingers in the form of stronger locks, pepper spray keychains, and the knowledge that death can wear a patient smile and wait in your closet for just the right moment to introduce itself. Yet even Vincent Garrett's methodical brutality seems almost restrained when compared to our next case. In the oil boom towns of North Dakota during the late 1990s, where money flowed like crude and strangers arrived daily chasing dreams of easy wealth, another predator was operating with a level of savagery that defied comprehension. His hunting ground was the endless prairie, where screams carried for miles and no one was around to hear them. The man who terrorized the North Dakota oil fields went by many names, but his real identity was Douglas Ray Henning, a drifter who'd blown into town with the first wave of roughnecks in 1997. Unlike the other transient workers who came seeking fortune in the Bakken Formation, Henning wasn't interested in oil. He was hunting something else entirely. Henning was 42 when he arrived in Williston, a weathered man with calloused hands and a face that looked like it had been carved from granite by years of hard living. He claimed to be from Wyoming, though his accent suggested somewhere further south. He rented a room above Murphy's Bar on Main Street and took a job driving supply trucks between the drilling sites scattered across the desolate landscape. The work was perfect for what Henning had in mind. The oil fields stretched for hundreds of miles across some of the most isolated terrain in America. Workers lived in temporary camps, often alone for weeks at a time. Men disappeared regularly, assumed to have quit without notice or moved on to better opportunities. In a boom economy built on transient labor, people came and went like tumbleweeds. Henning's first victim was Carl Brennan, a 26-year-old geologist from Minnesota who'd been hired to survey potential drilling sites. Brennan was working alone at a remote location 40 miles southwest of town when Henning arrived with what he claimed was an urgent message from the main office. The two men drove off together in Henning's truck, heading toward what Brennan believed was an emergency at another site. They never made it to any other site. Henning drove deep into the Badlands, to a place where the prairies stretched endlessly in all directions, and the only sound was wind whistling through sparse grass. There, in a landscape that seemed to swallow sound and light, Henning revealed his true nature. What happened next was reconstructed later from Henning's own detailed confessions, given with the same matter-of-fact tone another man might use to describe changing a tire. He forced Brennan from the truck at gunpoint, marched him to a small ravine hidden from view, and began what he called his prairie ritual. Henning had developed a specific method over the years, perfected through practice on victims whose disappearances had never been connected. He would strip his victims naked, not for any sexual purpose, but to make them feel vulnerable and exposed. Then he would force them to dig their own graves, a psychological torture that could last hours as they clawed at the hard-packed earth with their bare hands. The digging wasn't the end, it was merely the beginning. Once the hole was deep enough to suit his purposes, Henning would begin the killing process. But he didn't kill quickly. He used a hunting knife to inflict dozens of small cuts across his victim's body, each one precisely placed to cause maximum pain while avoiding major arteries. He wanted them conscious and aware for as long as possible. Between cuts, he would talk to them. Not threats or demands, but casual conversation about the weather, the oil business, life in general. He spoke as if they were old friends, sharing a pleasant afternoon, all while methodically destroying their bodies piece by piece. The psychological impact was devastating. Victims who might have found strength to resist physical torture were broken by the surreal normalcy of Henning's voice, discussing mundane topics while he slowly carved them apart. The final act was always the same. When his victims had been reduced to whimpering shadows of themselves, when their minds had fractured under the impossible stress of civilized conversation mixed with incomprehensible brutality, Henning would lean close and whisper the same words. "Now you understand what you really are." Then he would cut their throats. Carl Brennan's body was never found. Like the others who would follow, he simply vanished into the vast emptiness of the North Dakota prairie. Henning buried the remains in shallow graves scattered across hundreds of square miles, often returning months later to move bones and scatter evidence further. The landscape itself became his accomplice, wind and weather erasing traces of his crimes. Over the next 3 years, 17 men disappeared from the oil fields around Williston. Most were assumed to have quit their jobs and moved on, a common occurrence, Person reports, from few generated missing in the volatile boom economy. A concerned families, but the investigations went nowhere. The victims had no connection to each other beyond their work in the oil industry, and their disappearances were spread across multiple counties and jurisdictions. Henning was careful to vary his hunting patterns. Sometimes he would go months between kills. Other times he would strike twice in the same week. He selected victims who worked alone, men who wouldn't be missed immediately. He studied their schedules, learned their routines, and struck only when he was certain their absence wouldn't be noticed for days or weeks. Between murders, Henning lived an unremarkable life. He paid his rent on time, drank at Murphy's bar with other roughnecks, and occasionally sent postcards to a sister in Arizona who believed he was making an honest living in the oil fields. He was quiet, but not antisocial, helpful, but not memorable, the perfect gray man, invisible in plain sight. The only hint of his true nature came during poker games in the back room of Murphy's bar. Henning was a skilled player, but other regulars began to notice something unsettling about his demeanor during hands. When he was winning, when he had complete control over the game, his eyes would take on a distant look, as if he were remembering something pleasant. He would smile slightly and tap his fingers on the table in a rhythm that seemed to follow some internal music only he could hear. One night, after winning a particularly large pot, Henning had leaned back in his chair and made a comment that stuck with those who heard it. The thing about poker is, you're not really playing the cards, you're playing the man. And once you understand what a man really is, underneath all his pretending, well, then you can do anything you want with him. The comment might have been dismissed as the philosophical rambling of a man who'd had too much to drink, except for the way Henning's eyes had glittered when he said it, like he was sharing a private joke with himself. The killing spree might have continued indefinitely, if not for a mechanical failure that occurred on a bitter February morning in 2001. Henning had targeted a drilling supervisor named Mike Torres, luring him away from his crew with a story about equipment problems at a remote site. They were driving through a particularly desolate stretch of prairie when Henning's truck broke down, steam pouring from under the hood. Torres, a skilled mechanic, offered to take a look at the engine. As he leaned over the radiator, Henning drew his hunting knife and moved to strike. But Torres had been a Marine before working the oil fields, and military training had given him reflexes that saved his life. He sensed movement behind him and spun around just as Henning lunged. The two men fought desperately in the snow beside the disabled truck. Torres was younger and stronger, but Henning fought with the vicious intensity of a cornered animal. The struggle lasted several minutes, both men sustaining serious cuts from the knife as it changed hands multiple times. Finally, Torres managed to get the weapon and drive the blade deep into Henning's shoulder, pinning him to the ground. Instead of begging for mercy or trying to explain his actions, Henning looked up at Torres and smiled. "You have no idea what you just interrupted," he said, his voice calm despite the pain. "I was so close to showing you what you really are." Torres later said that the smile was the most terrifying thing he'd ever seen, worse than anything he'd witnessed in combat. It wasn't the smile of a madman or someone in shock from blood loss. It was the smile of someone who genuinely regretted being interrupted during a pleasant activity. When the authorities finally arrived, summoned by Torres using Henning's CB radio, they found a scene that would haunt the responding officers for years. In the back of Henning's truck, hidden beneath a tarp and work tools, was a collection of items that told the story of his crimes. 17 driver's licenses, carefully preserved in plastic bags. A notebook filled with detailed drawings of the prairie locations where bodies were buried. And most disturbing of all, a series of photographs that Henning had taken of his victims during their final moments. The photos were not pornographic or explicitly violent. Instead, they showed faces twisted with terror, eyes wide with the realization of impending death, expressions of human beings confronting the absolute end of everything they had ever known or hoped to be. Henning had collected these images like trophies, studying them in the privacy of his rented room above Murphy's bar. During his interrogation, Henning showed no remorse and made no attempt to deny his crimes. He provided detailed maps of burial locations, described each murder with clinical precision, and answered every question with the same calm demeanor he'd maintained throughout his killing spree. When asked why he had done it, His response chilled even experienced detectives. "Everyone pretends to be something they're not," he said. "They put on clothes and jobs and families like costumes, acting out roles in a play they don't even understand. But when you strip all that away, when you take them out to the prairie where there's nothing but sky and grass and wind, that's when you see what they really are. Just meat, just animals pretending to be human." He paused, looking directly at the detective conducting the interview. "I was providing a service, really, showing them the truth about themselves before they died. Most of them thanked me for it in the end." The recovery of the bodies took months. Search teams spread across hundreds of square miles of prairie, using ground-penetrating radar and cadaver dogs to locate the shallow graves Henning had marked on his maps. They found 16 of the 17 victims he claimed, their remains scattered across a territory larger than some states. The 17th body, that of Carl Brennan, was never recovered. Henning claimed he'd moved those bones so many times he could no longer remember their location. Douglas Ray Henning was convicted on 16 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. He spent 8 years on death row, during which time he maintained extensive correspondence with criminologists and true crime writers, always willing to discuss his crimes in exhaustive detail. His letters, later published in an academic study of serial killer psychology, revealed a mind that had constructed an elaborate philosophical framework to justify murder. He wrote extensively about what he called the prairie truth, his belief that the vast emptiness of the landscape stripped away human pretense and revealed people's true nature. He saw himself not as a killer, but as a teacher, someone who helped his victims achieve a moment of absolute clarity before death. The fact that this clarity came through torture and terror seemed irrelevant to him. Henning was executed by lethal injection in 2009. His final statement was brief but memorable. "The prairie remembers everything, every scream, every prayer, every moment of truth. You can bury the bodies, but you can't bury what happened out there. The wind still carries their voices." The oil boom that had brought Henning to North Dakota eventually slowed, and many of the temporary camps and drilling sites where he had hunted were abandoned. But locals say that on certain nights, when the wind picks up across the Badlands, you can still hear something carried on the air. Not quite voices, not quite screams, but something that makes people close their windows and lock their doors. The case of Douglas Ray Henning remains one of the most geographically dispersed serial killing sprees in American history, yet it receives little attention in true crime circles. Perhaps because the vastness of his hunting ground makes the crimes seem abstract, or because his victims were transient workers with few ties to the communities where they died, or perhaps because the landscape itself seems to swallow stories just as effectively as it swallowed the bodies he buried there. But in a small diner just outside Williston, there's a memorial wall with photos of the missing men. 17 faces stare out from faded photographs, smiling images taken before they encountered Douglas Ray Henning and learned what he believed was the truth about human nature. The wall serves as a reminder that even in the emptiest places on earth, evil can find room to flourish. Our journey into the shadows of forgotten killers continues with perhaps the most disturbing case of all. In the seemingly peaceful suburb of Maple Heights, Ohio, during the mid 1980s, a man was conducting experiments that challenged the very definition of murder itself. His victims didn't just die, they were transformed into something else entirely, becoming unwilling participants in a horror that science fiction couldn't imagine. Dr. Gerald Whitmore lived in a two-story colonial house on Elm Street, complete with a white picket fence and flower beds that he tended every Saturday morning. His neighbors waved when they saw him loading groceries from his sensible Honda Accord. Children sold him Girl Scout cookies and thanked him for always buying extra boxes. The local Methodist church counted him among their most reliable volunteers, and his colleagues at the University Medical Center respecte surgicaled his dedication to advancing techniques. What none of them knew was that Dr. Whitmore's basement contained an operating theater more sophisticated than most hospitals, and his experiments had nothing to do with saving lives. Gerald Arthur Whitmore was born in 1941 in Cleveland, the only child of a pharmacist father and a nurse mother. His childhood was unremarkable, except for an unusual fascination with biology that manifested early. While other children collected baseball cards, Gerald collected dead insects, pinning them to boards and labeling their parts with scientific precision. His parents encouraged what they saw as intellectual curiosity, never questioning why their 8-year-old son spent hours dissecting roadkill he found during family walks. Gerald excelled academically, earning a full scholarship to medical school and specializing in anesthesiology. His professors praised his steady hands and calm demeanor during even the most stressful procedures. Patients trusted him implicitly, often commenting on his gentle bedside manner and the way he seemed to genuinely care about their comfort. He married his college sweetheart, Linda, had 2 children, and built what appeared to be a model life. But beneath the surface, Gerald was developing theories that would have horrified his medical colleagues. He'd become obsessed with the boundary between life and death, convinced that consciousness could be manipulated and controlled in ways the medical establishment refused to explore. He began conducting unauthorized experiments during surgeries, testing how long he could keep patients in various states of unconsciousness while monitoring their brain activity. The transition from unethical medical practice to outright murder happened gradually. Gerald's first victim was a homeless man named Robert Chen, found unconscious behind a downtown shelter in January 1984. Gerald claimed he was taking the man to the hospital, but instead drove him to his basement laboratory. There, he began the first of what he would later call his consciousness studies. Gerald's method was unlike anything in the annals of criminal history. He would anesthetize his victims, then perform surgery to install monitoring devices directly into their brains. These weren't crude implants, but sophisticated electronic arrays that could measure neural activity, stimulate specific regions, and even record what his subjects were experiencing. He kept detailed notes, documenting every procedure with the same scientific rigor he'd learned in medical school. But Gerald wasn't trying to cure disease or advance human knowledge. He was trying to prove his theory that consciousness could be harvested, stored, and even transferred between subjects. He believed that the human mind was simply an electrical pattern that could be copied like computer data. His victims became unwilling test subjects, in experiments that kept them alive but aware, trapped in bodies they could no longer control. The basement laboratory was a marvel of improvised medical technology. Gerald had stolen equipment from the hospital over several years, piece by piece, until he had created a facility that rivaled any neuroscience research center. Multiple operating tables were arranged in a circle around a central monitoring station where banks of computers tracked the vital signs and brain activity of his subjects. His victims, when they awakened from surgery, found themselves paralyzed but fully conscious. Gerald had severed specific nerve pathways that controlled voluntary movement while leaving sensory nerves intact. They could see, hear, and feel everything happening to them, but couldn't move so much as a finger. Worse, the implants in their brains allowed Gerald to stimulate pleasure and pain centers directly, creating experiences more intense than anything possible through natural means. Gerald would spend hours with each subject, conducting what he called consciousness mapping sessions. He would stimulate different areas of their brains while recording their neural responses, building detailed charts of how thoughts, emotions, and memories were encoded. He spoke to them constantly during these sessions, explaining his theories and describing what he believed he was discovering about the nature of human consciousness. "You're helping to answer the greatest question in human history," he would tell his paralyzed, terrified subjects. "What makes us who we are? Is it just chemistry and electricity, or is there something more? By the time we're finished, we'll know for certain." The experiments typically lasted for weeks. Gerald had perfected techniques for keeping his subjects alive indefinitely, using feeding tubes and catheters to maintain their bodily functions while focusing entirely on their brains. He monitored their sleep cycles, recorded their dreams, and even claimed to be able to induce specific memories and emotions through targeted electrical stimulation. Some subjects, he discovered, could be kept in a state of artificial euphoria for days at a time, their brains flooded with chemically induced pleasure while their bodies remained motionless. Others, he subjected to carefully calibrated psychological torture, testing the limits of human mental endurance. He was particularly interested in the point at which consciousness would fracture under stress, documenting the exact neural patterns associated with complete psychological breakdown. The most disturbing aspect of Gerald's experiments was his belief that he was close to achieving consciousness transfer. He claimed to have successfully copied the neural patterns of several subjects, storing their minds on computer drives while their bodies remained alive, but essentially brain dead. He would show these recordings to new victims, claiming they were watching the preserved consciousness of people who had graduated from their physical forms. "This is the future of human existence," he would explain while forcing his subjects to watch playbacks of recorded neural activity. "Death is just a technical problem, and I'm solving it." These patterns could be uploaded into new bodies or even into computer systems. True immortality, not just for the body, but for the mind itself. Gerald's careful selection of victims allowed him to operate undetected for 3 years. He targeted individuals who wouldn't be missed quickly: homeless people, drug addicts, undocumented immigrants, anyone living on society's margins. He would approach them as Dr. Whitmore, offering free medical treatment or claiming to represent a charitable organization providing health care to the underserved. His victims trusted him because he was exactly what he appeared to be, a distinguished physician with legitimate credentials and a gentle manner. He would sedate them in his car, telling them it was medication to help them relax before treatment. By the time they awakened, they were strapped to an operating table in his basement laboratory, about to become unwilling participants in experiments that redefined the concept of torture. The case began to unravel in March 1987 when Gerald made a mistake that would expose his horrific activities. He had targeted Maria Santos, an undocumented worker who cleaned office buildings downtown. Maria was different from his previous victims in one crucial way. She had a sister, Carmen, who worked as a nurse at the same hospital where Gerald practiced. When Maria failed to return home from work, Carmen began searching for her. Unlike the disappearances of previous victims, this one generated immediate and persistent inquiry. Carmen knew the streets, knew the shelters, knew where to look. When her search turned up nothing, she began asking questions at the hospital where she worked, wondering if anyone had seen a woman matching her sister's description seeking medical help. One of Carmen's colleagues mentioned seeing Dr. Whitmore talking to a Hispanic woman in the hospital parking lot a few days earlier. The woman had seemed unwell, and the colleague had assumed she was a patient. Carmen pressed for more details and eventually convinced security to review parking lot surveillance footage from that day. The footage showed Gerald helping an obviously sedated Maria into his Honda Accord. Carmen immediately contacted police, who initially dismissed her concerns. Dr. Whitmore was a respected physician with no criminal record, and undocumented immigrants often disappeared for reasons that had nothing to do with foul play. But Carmen refused to let the matter drop, and eventually convinced a detective to at least question Gerald about the incident. When Detective Robert Morrison knocked on Gerald's door that Sunday afternoon, he expected a brief conversation that would clear up a simple misunderstanding. Gerald greeted him wearing gardening clothes, soil under his fingernails from working in his flower beds. He seemed genuinely confused about the inquiry and readily agreed to answer questions about the woman in the parking lot. Gerald explained that he had indeed encountered Maria Santos outside the hospital. She had appeared ill and disoriented, possibly suffering from drug withdrawal or mental illness. He had offered to drive her to a treatment facility, but she had become agitated and demanded to get out of his car. He had left her at a downtown bus stop, assuming she would find her way to appropriate services. The story was plausible, and Gerald told it with the calm confidence of someone telling the truth. Detective Morrison was preparing to leave when he noticed something odd. Despite the March chill, Gerald's basement windows were covered with heavy curtains, and there was a faint humming sound coming from beneath the house, like the noise of multiple electronic devices running continuously. When Morrison asked about the sound, Gerald explained that he maintained a home laboratory where he conducted research related to his work at the hospital. Everything was perfectly legal, he assured the detective, just equipment he used to analyze sleep study data and prepare presentations for medical conferences. But something in Gerald's demeanor had changed when the basement was mentioned, a barely perceptible tension that Morrison's 20 years of police experience had taught him to recognize. Morrison asked if he could see the laboratory, framing it as professional curiosity rather than suspicion. Gerald hesitated for just a moment too long before agreeing. That hesitation, combined with the strange humming sound and the covered windows, was enough to make Morrison request backup before entering the basement. What they found when Gerald led them downstairs destroyed any faith Morrison had left in human nature. The laboratory was a chamber of horrors, disguised as a medical facility. 7 operating tables held 7 bodies in various states of Gerald's experimental process. Some appeared to be sleeping peacefully, their vital signs stable, but their eyes tracking movement with desperate awareness. Others showed signs of the surgical procedures Gerald had performed, their skulls partially opened to accommodate the electronic devices monitoring their brain activity. Maria Santos was on the table closest to the stairs, conscious but unable to move or speak. Her eyes followed the detectives as they entered, and Morrison later said he would never forget the expression of relief and terror he saw there. She had been Gerald's subject for only 4 days, but the neural monitoring equipment attached to her head was already recording the electrical patterns of her thoughts and dreams. The arrest of Dr. Gerald Whitmore made national headlines, though the full scope of his crimes was never publicly disclosed. The details were too disturbing, the implications too horrifying for media consumption. 7 victims were found alive in his basement laboratory, though alive was perhaps too generous a term for their condition. All required extensive medical treatment and psychological counseling, and several never fully recovered from their ordeal. During his interrogation, Gerald showed no remorse for his actions. Instead, he expressed frustration that his research had been interrupted before he could complete his experiments. He claimed to be on the verge of major breakthroughs in understanding human consciousness, and insisted that his work would eventually revolutionize medicine and human existence itself. "You have no idea what you've destroyed," he told Detective Morrison during one particularly chilling interview session. Those people weren't victims, they were pioneers. They were helping to unlock the greatest mystery in human history. In 50 years, when consciousness transfer becomes routine, when death becomes optional, history will remember me as a visionary who was simply ahead of his time. Gerald's journals, recovered from his basement laboratory, contained detailed records of his experiments dating back to 1984. The notebooks read like a combination of medical textbook and horror novel, filled with clinical observations about his subjects' responses to various procedures and philosophical musings about the nature of consciousness and identity. One entry, dated 6 months before his arrest, was particularly disturbing. Subject 23 achieved what I believe to be complete neural pattern transfer today. The original consciousness appears to have been successfully copied to digital storage, while the biological brain shows minimal higher function activity. If my theories are correct, Subject 23 now exists in 2 states simultaneously: the failing biological form and the preserved digital copy. This represents the first successful step toward true human immortality. The trial of Dr. Gerald Whitmore was held mostly in closed sessions due to the sensitive nature of the evidence. Expert witnesses testified that his experimental procedures represented some of the most sophisticated torture ever documented, combining physical violation with psychological manipulation in ways that challenged legal definitions of murder and assault. Several victims were technically alive, but had suffered brain damage so severe they would require institutional care for the rest of their lives. Gerald was convicted on 7 counts of attempted murder, multiple counts of assault and battery, and numerous charges related to practicing medicine without proper oversight. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. During his sentencing, he addressed the court with the same calm demeanor he had maintained throughout the proceedings. Your Honor, I understand that society is not ready for the implications of my research. History is filled with examples of scientific pioneers who were persecuted for advancing human knowledge beyond the comfort zone of their contemporaries. I accept my punishment, but I maintain that my work represented a legitimate attempt to expand the boundaries of medical science. Someday, when consciousness transfer becomes routine medical practice, this court will be remembered as the place where progress was temporarily delayed by fear and misunderstanding. Gerald Whitmore died in prison in 2003, stabbed by another inmate during what officials described as a dispute over television programming. His research notes and equipment were destroyed by court order, though rumors persist that some materials were secretly preserved by government agencies interested in his findings. The basement laboratory was filled with concrete, and the house on Elm Street was eventually demolished. The 7 survivors of Gerald's experiments were provided with new identities and relocated to different parts of the country. Several committed suicide in the years following their rescue, unable to cope with the psychological trauma of their experience. Those who survived rarely spoke publicly about their ordeal, though one did provide a statement that was read at Gerald's sentencing hearing. He told us we were part of something important, that we were helping to solve the mystery of human consciousness. But what he was really doing was proving that some mysteries should never be solved, that some boundaries should never be crossed. He didn't discover anything about consciousness that was worth knowing. He only proved that intelligence without compassion becomes the most dangerous force in the universe. The case of Dr. Gerald Whitmore remains classified in many official records, the details too disturbing for public consumption. But in certain medical ethics courses, his name is whispered as a cautionary tale about the dangers of unchecked scientific ambition. His experiments pushed the boundaries of human knowledge, but in doing so, he crossed lines that separated healing from harming, research from torture, medicine from murder. The suburban house where he conducted his horrific experiments has been replaced by a small park, but locals say they avoid the area after dark. Not because of any supernatural presence, but because the very ground seems contaminated by the knowledge of what happened there. Some truths, once learned, can never be unlearned, and some places, once violated, never quite feel clean again. Our exploration of forgotten monsters continues with a case that challenges our understanding of evil itself. In the seemingly innocent world of children's entertainment, where laughter and joy should reign supreme, another predator was operating with a level of calculated malevolence that turned childhood wonder into nightmare fuel. The man known as Uncle Pete hosted the most popular children's television show in the Pacific Northwest during the early 1990s. Pete's Playhouse aired every weekday afternoon on Channel 7, featuring puppet shows, educational segments, and Uncle Pete's gentle wisdom about friendship, honesty, and following your dreams. Children across 3 states rushed home from school to catch his show, and parents trusted him as a positive influence in their kids. Malcolm Hendricks wasn't lives. But Peter interested in entertaining children. He was studying them, learning their fears and vulnerabilities, preparing them for something far more sinister than anything that had ever aired on television. His show wasn't just entertainment, it was recruitment, and every episode was designed to identify the perfect victims for crimes that would redefine the concept of childhood trauma. Peter Hendricks was born in 1948 in Portland, Oregon, the middle child in what appeared to be a stable, middle-class family. His father worked as an accountant, his mother taught elementary school, and both parents were active in their local Presbyterian church. Peter showed an early aptitude for performance, starring in school plays and church pageants with natural charisma that made adults smile and children pay attention. But even as a teenager, Peter displayed troubling behavior that his family either ignored or rationalized away. He would volunteer to babysit neighbor children, always offering his services for free, always seeming genuinely excited about spending time with kids much younger than himself. Parents appreciated his enthusiasm and reliability, never questioning why a 16-year-old boy was so eager to change diapers and read bedtime stories. During these babysitting sessions, Peter began developing what he would later call his rapport techniques. He learned how to make children trust him completely, how to make them feel special and chosen. He discovered that children craved adult attention and would do almost anything to maintain that feeling of being important to a grown-up. Most importantly, he learned how to make children keep secrets. After graduating high school, Peter enrolled in communications at the local community college, but his real education was happening during his part-time job at a children's daycare center. He observed how kids interacted with authority figures, how they responded to different types of praise and discipline, how their fears and desires could be manipulated by adults who understood their psychological development. Peter's colleagues at the daycare center remember him as dedicated and innovative, always coming up with new games and activities that kept children engaged. Parents requested him specifically when dropping off their kids, and several offered him private babysitting jobs. He seemed to have a natural gift for understanding what children needed, for making them feel safe and valued. What nobody realized was that Peter was conducting psychological experiments, testing how far he could push boundaries before children would resist or report inappropriate behavior. He discovered that children who felt isolated or unloved at home were particularly susceptible to manipulation. He learned to identify these vulnerable kids within minutes of meeting them, reading their body language and responses like a predator studying prey. In 1987, Peter approached the management of Channel 7 with a proposal for a children's television show. He had developed detailed concepts for educational programming that would help kids learn about emotions, relationships, and personal safety. His presentation was professional and compelling, backed by genuine knowledge of child development and educational theory. Pete's Playhouse premiered in September 1987 and was an immediate success. Peter's on-screen persona as Uncle Pete was warm and trustworthy, a gentle father figure who spoke directly to children about their concerns and fears. He addressed topics that other children's shows avoided: divorce, bullying, feeling different from other kids, problems at home that made children feel scared or alone. The show featured regular segments where Uncle Pete would read letters from viewers, offering advice and encouragement to children dealing with difficult situations. He would look directly into the camera and speak as if he were talking to one specific child, creating an intimate connection that made viewers feel personally chosen and understood. But the letters weren't random selections from fan mail. Peter had developed a sophisticated system for identifying vulnerable children through their correspondence. Letters that mentioned family problems, social isolation, or emotional distress were flagged for special attention. Peter would respond personally to these children, beginning correspondence that gradually moved beyond the innocent, advice giving format of the television show. Peter's method was insidiously patient. He would exchange letters with selected children for months, building trust and emotional dependency while gathering information about their families, schedules, and vulnerabilities. He positioned himself as the one adult who truly understood them, who cared about their problems in ways that parents and teachers apparently didn't. Gradually, these letter exchanges would evolve into phone calls, always carefully timed for when Peter knew the children would be alone. He had an uncanny ability to remember details about their lives, their fears, their secret wishes. He made each child feel like the most important person in his world, like they shared a special relationship that nobody else could understand. The transition from emotional manipulation to physical meeting was handled with the same careful patience. Peter would suggest that he and the child meet in person, framing it as a special opportunity for them to become even better friends. He would choose locations that seemed safe and public: shopping malls, parks, restaurants, always somewhere the child would feel comfortable going. These initial meetings were innocent enough. Peter would buy the child a gift, take them for ice cream, listen to their problems with the kind of focused attention that most adults never provided. He would take pictures together, creating what he called friendship memories that made the child feel special and chosen. But Peter was also using these meetings to assess each child's potential as a victim. He studied their personalities, their family situations, their likelihood to resist or report inappropriate behavior. Not every child who met Uncle Pete became a victim. Some were deemed too risky, too closely supervised by protective parents, too likely to cause problems. For the children who passed Peter's evaluation, the relationship would gradually escalate. He would arrange more frequent meetings, always with plausible explanations that parents would accept. He was researching a new show segment about children's hobbies. He wanted to interview them for a special episode about kids who overcame challenges. He was scouting locations for filming and needed a child's perspective on what would be fun and interesting. These extended encounters allowed Peter to begin the grooming process that would eventually lead to sexual abuse. He was methodical and patient, gradually normalizing inappropriate behavior through a series of small boundary violations that built up over time. A hand that lingered too long during a hug, tickling games that became increasingly inappropriate, photography sessions that required gradually less clothing. Peter documented everything. His home contained thousands of photographs and hours of video footage showing his interactions with children over nearly 6 years of criminal activity. This wasn't random documentation, but carefully organized records that allowed him to track each child's psychological response to different types of manipulation and abuse. The files revealed the scope of Peter's operation. He had maintained ongoing relationships with 47 children across 3 states, ranging in age from 6 to 14. Not all of these relationships involved sexual abuse, but all involved some form of psychological manipulation designed to make the children feel dependent on Peter's approval and attention. Peter's most disturbing innovation was his use of the television show as a method of psychological control over his victims. He would include coded messages in episodes of Pete's Playhouse, references and phrases that only specific children would understand. These messages served to remind his victims that Uncle Pete was always watching, always thinking about them, even when they weren't together. Children who tried to resist Peter's advances or threatened to tell their parents about inappropriate behavior would find themselves addressed indirectly during the show's advice segments. Uncle Pete would discuss the importance of keeping promises to friends about how some secrets were special and shouldn't be shared with people who might not understand. The psychological impact on his victims was devastating. Peter had positioned himself as their most trusted adult relationship, the one person who truly understood and cared about them. When that relationship became abusive, children were left with no framework for understanding what was happening to them or how to seek help. The case began to unravel in early 1993 when 8-year-old Jennifer Walsh told her school counselor about her special friendship with Uncle Pete. Jennifer had been one of Peter's letter-writing correspondents for over a year, and their relationship had recently escalated to inappropriate physical contact during private meetings. The counselor, trained to recognize signs of abuse, immediately contacted law enforcement and Child Protective Services. When investigators interviewed Jennifer in detail, they discovered the sophisticated network of manipulation that Peter had constructed around her. The coded television messages, the secret phone calls, the gradual escalation of inappropriate behavior. More importantly, Jennifer's case led investigators to realize that other children might be involved. They began monitoring Pete's Playhouse broadcasts, looking for the coded messages that Jennifer had described. They found them embedded in nearly every episode, seemingly innocent references that took on sinister meaning when viewed as communication with specific children. A task force was assembled to investigate the full scope of Peter's activities. They obtained warrants to search his home and television studio, discovering the extensive documentation he had maintained of his relationships with children. The photographs and videos provided evidence of systematic abuse involving dozens of victims across multiple states. The investigation revealed that Peter had been operating his criminal enterprise for nearly 6 years, using his television show as both a hunting ground and a method of psychological control. His victim selection process was so sophisticated that most parents never suspected their children were being targeted and groomed for abuse. Peter Malcolm Hendricks was arrested in April 1993 and charged with multiple counts of child sexual abuse, kidnapping, and exploitation. The arrest made national news, sending shockwaves through communities where Pete's Playhouse had been a trusted part of children's daily routines. During his interrogation, Peter showed no remorse for his actions. Instead, he expressed pride in what he called his educational methodology, claiming that his relationships with children were beneficial and misunderstood by a society that was uncomfortable with genuine emotional connections between adults and kids. I provided these children with attention and affection they weren't receiving at home, he told investigators. I listened to them, understood their problems, made them feel valued and important. If that relationship sometimes became physical, it was a natural expression of the emotional bond we had developed. These weren't victims, they were willing participants in relationships that met their psychological needs. The trial of Peter Hendricks lasted 4 months and included testimony from 23 child victims. The psychological damage he had inflicted was evident in their statements, as many struggled to reconcile their positive feelings about Uncle Pete with the abuse they had suffered. Peter had been so skilled at emotional manipulation that some victims continued to defend him even after understanding that his behavior was criminal. Expert witnesses testified that Peter's methods represented some of the most sophisticated child grooming techniques ever documented. His use of mass media to identify and manipulate victims was unprecedented, creating a system that could operate on a scale previously impossible for individual predators. Peter was convicted on 41 counts of child sexual abuse and sentenced to life in prison without possibility of parole. During his sentencing, he maintained his innocence and expressed contempt for what he called society's inability to understand genuine relationships between adults and children. History will vindicate me, he told the court. Someday people will understand that I was providing these children with emotional support and guidance they desperately needed. The fact that some of these relationships became intimate was a natural progression that benefited everyone involved. You're punishing me for caring about children more than their own parents did. Peter Malcolm Hendricks died in prison in 2008, killed by fellow inmates who had learned the nature of his crimes. His death was not investigated as a homicide, and prison officials made no effort to identify his attackers. The unofficial code of prison justice had rendered its own verdict on Uncle Pete's legacy. Pete's Playhouse was immediately canceled following Peter's arrest, and all episodes were ordered destroyed by court mandate. The television studio where the show was filmed was demolished, and Channel 7 implemented new screening procedures for all children's programming. But the damage had already been done. An entire generation of children had grown up trusting Uncle Pete, and many would struggle for years to understand how someone who seemed so caring could have been so dangerous. The psychological aftermath of Peter's crimes extended far beyond his direct victims. Thousands of children who had watched Pete's Playhouse but never interacted with him personally were left questioning their ability to trust adult authority figures. Parents grappled with guilt over having encouraged their children to watch a show hosted by a predator, and many struggled to explain how someone who seemed so wholesome could have harbored such evil intentions. Support groups were established in communities across the Pacific Northwest to help families cope with the betrayal they felt. Mental health professionals reported a surge in cases involving children who had become fearful of all adult attention, unable to distinguish between appropriate and inappropriate behavior from teachers, coaches, and family friends. The case also led to significant changes in how children's television programming was regulated and monitored. New guidelines required extensive background checks for anyone working with children in media, and independent oversight committees were established to review content for potential grooming techniques or coded communications. But perhaps the most lasting impact of Peter's crimes was the loss of innocence that extended far beyond his direct victims. The idea that a children's television host could use his platform to systematically abuse kids shattered assumptions about the safety of seemingly wholesome entertainment. Parents became hypervigilant about their children's media consumption, and the easy trust that had once existed between families and children's programming was permanently damaged. The story of Peter Malcolm Hendricks serves as a chilling reminder that predators can operate in plain sight, using society's most trusted institutions to access and abuse children. His crimes were particularly insidious because they weaponized the very qualities that parents want to encourage in their children: trust, openness, and the desire to form meaningful relationships with caring adults. Even now, decades after his arrest, the mention of Uncle Pete can still trigger painful memories in the communities where he operated. Parents who grew up watching Pete's Playhouse struggle with whether to allow their own children to watch children's programming, haunted by the knowledge that someone they once trusted completely had been systematically harming kids just like them. Our exploration of forgotten killers takes a darker turn as we venture into the world of academic medicine, where the pursuit of knowledge intersected with an appetite for human suffering that defied all ethical boundaries. In the prestigious halls of Whitmore University Medical Center during the late 1970s, a respected researcher was conducting studies that would make Dr. Mengele's experiments seem restrained by comparison. Dr. Amanda Pierce held dual doctorates in neurology and psychology, published extensively in peer-reviewed journals, and commanded the respect of colleagues worldwide for her groundbreaking research into pain perception and consciousness. Her laboratory at Whitmore received millions in federal funding, and medical students competed fiercely for the opportunity to work under her guidance. She was brilliant, dedicated, and completely without conscience. Amanda's fascination with human suffering began during her residency at Boston General Hospital, where she worked in the emergency department treating victims of accidents and violent crimes. While other doctors focused on healing, Amanda found herself studying the patients' faces, cataloging their expressions of pain, documenting how different types of trauma affected consciousness and cognitive function. She began keeping detailed notes about her observations, recording not just medical data, but psychological profiles of how different personality types responded to extreme physical distress. She noticed that some patients seemed to experience pain more intensely than others, that fear and anticipation could amplify suffering beyond what the physical injuries alone would suggest. During her fellowship in neurological research, Amanda developed what she called her consciousness disruption theory. She believed that extreme pain could fundamentally alter brain chemistry and neural pathways, potentially unlocking new levels of human awareness and cognitive capacity. She theorized that controlled suffering, applied scientifically, could enhance human intelligence and expand the boundaries of consciousness. Her early published research focused on legitimate studies of pain management in terminal cancer patients, but Amanda was using these sanctioned experiments to refine techniques that she would later apply in unspeakable ways. She learned how to keep subjects conscious during procedures that should have required full anesthesia, how to maximize pain perception while maintaining vital signs, how to push human endurance to its absolute limits. When Amanda established her own research laboratory at Whitmore University in 1976, she gained access to resources that would enable her to pursue her theories without oversight or limitation. The university was so impressed with her credentials and publication record that they gave her unprecedented autonomy, including the authority to recruit her own test subjects for psychological research studies. Amanda's recruitment process was masterfully deceptive. She advertised for volunteers to participate in consciousness expansion studies that would explore the boundaries of human cognitive potential. She offered generous compensation and positioned the research as cutting edge work that could lead to breakthroughs in treating depression, anxiety, and other mental health conditions. Her ideal subjects were graduate students, struggling artists, and young professionals who needed money and were intrigued by the possibility of contributing to meaningful scientific research. Amanda was particularly drawn to individuals with high pain tolerance and strong psychological resilience, as these subjects would survive longer during her experiments. The initial sessions seemed legitimate enough. Subjects would undergo extensive psychological testing, brain scans, and cognitive evaluations. Amanda would explain that the research involved studying how the brain responded to various stimuli, including mild discomfort that would help researchers understand pain perception and management. But gradually, the sessions became more intense. Amanda would introduce what she called stress testing, subjecting volunteers to increasingly severe physical and psychological discomfort while monitoring their brain activity. She claimed this was necessary to map how consciousness changed under different types of pressure. Amanda had converted an unused basement laboratory into what she privately called her enlightenment chamber. The room was soundproofed and equipped with restraint systems disguised as medical monitoring equipment. Subjects who reached this stage of the research found themselves unable to leave, becoming unwilling participants in experiments that redefined the concept of torture. Amanda's methods were sophisticated beyond anything attempted by previous sadists or killers. She used her medical knowledge to keep subjects alive and conscious during procedures that would normally result in death or unconsciousness from shock. She employed a combination of stimulants, pain enhancers, and carefully calculated physical trauma to create experiences of suffering that pushed human endurance beyond any previously documented limits. Her research notes, later discovered by investigators, revealed the scientific methodology she applied to torture. She documented optimal pain levels for maintaining consciousness, recorded how different subjects responded to various combinations of physical and psychological trauma, and tracked the neurological changes that occurred during extended suffering. Amanda was particularly interested in what she called transcendent pain experiences, moments when subjects seemed to achieve altered states of consciousness through extreme suffering. She believed these states represented evolution in human cognitive capacity, proof that controlled torture could unlock hidden potentials in the human brain. She kept subjects alive for weeks, sometimes months, using medical equipment to maintain their vital functions while subjecting them to daily sessions of calculated torture. She would speak to them constantly during these sessions, explaining her theories about consciousness expansion and assuring them that their suffering was contributing to revolutionary advances in human understanding. You're experiencing something that no human being has ever experienced before, she would tell her victims as she applied electrical current to their nervous systems. This pain you're feeling is the birth pangs of a new form of human consciousness. You should feel honored to be pioneers in the next stage of human evolution. Amanda documented everything with the same scientific rigor she had once applied to legitimate research. She recorded audio and video of every session, maintaining detailed charts of physiological responses, psychological breakdowns, and what she believed were breakthrough moments in consciousness expansion. The subjects who survived Amanda's experiments were permanently damaged both physically and psychologically. Many suffered from severe PTSD, chronic pain conditions, and cognitive impairments that would affect them for the rest of their lives. Several required long-term psychiatric care, unable to function in normal society after experiencing months of systematic torture disguised as scientific research. Amanda's crimes were discovered almost by accident when a graduate student named Michael Chin failed to return home after what should have been a routine research session. Michael's roommate contacted the university when Michael didn't show up for classes or respond to calls for several days. University security initially dismissed the concern, assuming Michael had simply decided to drop out without notice. But Michael's family pressed for a more thorough investigation, and eventually campus police agreed to check Amanda's laboratory. What they found in the basement facility shocked even experienced law enforcement officers. Michael was still alive, barely, strapped to a medical table and connected to machines that were monitoring his vital signs while administering controlled doses of pain-inducing drugs. He had been in Amanda's custody for 6 days, subjected to procedures that had left him permanently disabled but conscious throughout the entire ordeal. The search of Amanda's laboratory revealed evidence of systematic torture involving at least 12 subjects over a 3-year period. Her research notes documented experiments that pushed human suffering to levels that most people couldn't imagine, all conducted with the methodical precision of legitimate scientific research. During her interrogation, Amanda showed no awareness that she had committed crimes. She spoke enthusiastically about her research findings, explaining how her experiments had advanced human understanding of consciousness and pain perception. She seemed genuinely confused by investigators' horror at her methods, insisting that her work was no different from other medical research that involved subjecting animals to painful procedures for scientific knowledge. These subjects volunteered to participate in consciousness research, she told investigators. They understood they would experience discomfort in service of scientific advancement. The fact that some of them achieved transcendent states of awareness proves that my theories were correct. This research could revolutionize our understanding of human cognitive potential. When pressed about the obvious torture aspects of her experiments, Amanda maintained that pain was simply a necessary component of consciousness expansion research. She compared her work to legitimate medical procedures that involved controlled trauma, arguing that the temporary suffering of a few subjects was justified by the potential benefits to all humanity. The trial of Dr. Amanda Pierce became a landmark case in medical ethics and criminal law. Expert witnesses testified that her experiments represented some of the most sophisticated and systematic torture ever documented, disguised behind legitimate scientific methodology and conducted with institutional support. The psychological evaluations revealed that Amanda genuinely believed her research was beneficial and important. She showed no empathy for her victims and continued to insist that they had been willing participants in groundbreaking scientific research. Her complete inability to recognize the criminal nature of her actions suggested a form of moral blindness that experts found more disturbing than traditional psychopathy. Amanda was convicted of multiple counts of assault, battery, kidnapping, and practicing medicine without proper oversight. She was sentenced to life in prison without possibility of parole. During her sentencing, she made a statement that chilled everyone in the courtroom. "History will vindicate my research," she said. "Someday, when humanity has evolved beyond its current limitations, my work will be recognized as pioneering exploration of human consciousness." The subjects who participated in these studies contributed to knowledge that will benefit our species for generations. Their suffering was not meaningless, it was the price of progress. Dr. Amanda Pierce died in prison in 1995, apparently of natural causes, though some suspected suicide when she realized that her theories about consciousness expansion through suffering would never be accepted by the scientific community. Her research notes were destroyed by court order, and Whitmore University implemented new oversight procedures to prevent similar abuses. The victims who survived Amanda's experiments struggled with the aftermath for decades. Many suffered from chronic pain conditions and psychological trauma that no amount of therapy could fully heal. Support groups were established to help them cope with the knowledge that their torture had been conducted under the auspices of legitimate medical research by a respected physician. The case raised disturbing questions about the autonomy granted to medical researchers and the potential for abuse within academic institutions. New regulations were implemented requiring independent oversight of all human research studies, but critics argued that truly determined predators could still find ways to exploit the system. Perhaps most disturbing was the realization that Amanda's crimes had been enabled by society's respect for scientific authority and academic credentials. Her victims had trusted her because she was a doctor conducting university-sponsored research. The institutional legitimacy provided cover for atrocities that would have been immediately recognized as torture if conducted by anyone without medical credentials. The legacy of Dr. Amanda Pierce serves as a reminder that evil can disguise itself behind the most respected professions and institutions. Her story demonstrates how scientific methodology can be perverted to justify the most heinous cruelty, and how society's faith in medical authority can be exploited by those who view human suffering as raw material for experimentation. Our journey through the ranks of forgotten killers brings us to perhaps the most geographically ambitious predator in American criminal history. While most serial killers operate within limited hunting grounds, our next subject turned the entire interstate highway system into his personal killing field, claiming victims across 23 states during a reign of terror that lasted nearly 15 years. Raymond Clark Morrison looked like every long haul trucker who ever rolled through a truck stop at 3 in the morning. Weathered face, calloused hands, a belly that spoke of too many greasy meals eaten behind the wheel. His rig was a standard 18-wheeler with faded blue paint and rust spots that told the story of a million miles on America's highways. What made Morrison different wasn't visible from the outside. It was what he carried in the sleeper cab behind his driver's seat and what he left scattered across the country like twisted breadcrumbs marking his path. Morrison was born in 1954 in Bakersfield, California, the youngest of 3 boys in a family that moved constantly. His father worked construction, chasing jobs from state to state, and the Morrison family lived in a succession of cheap motels and trailer parks. By the time Raymond turned 18, he'd attended 14 different schools and never lived in one place for more than 8 months. The constant movement should have been disorienting, but Raymond thrived on it. While his older brothers struggled with the instability, Raymond learned to see opportunity in anonymity. He could reinvent himself with each move, become whoever the situation required. More importantly, he learned that in a world of strangers, people disappeared all the time and nobody looked too hard for them. Raymond got his commercial driver's license at 21 and found his calling on the open road. Trucking was perfect for someone who needed to keep moving, who felt trapped by permanent addresses and long-term commitments. But it was also perfect for someone who wanted access to vulnerable people in isolated locations where screams couldn't be heard and bodies wouldn't be found for months. His first kill happened in 1977 at a rest stop outside Amarillo, Texas. A hitchhiker named Danny Walsh had been trying to catch a ride east for 3 days, sleeping rough and growing desperate. When Morrison offered him a lift, Walsh climbed into the cab without hesitation. Somewhere along a desolate stretch of Interstate 40, Morrison pulled over and strangled Walsh with a tire iron. He buried the body in a shallow grave beside the highway, marked the location in his logbook, and drove on to his delivery in Memphis. Morrison discovered he had a talent for reading desperation. He could spot vulnerability from across a truck stop parking lot, could identify which hitchhiker would get in his cab and which prostitute would follow him to his truck. His victims were society's invisible people, drifters, and runaways who lived on the margins and died without obituaries. The beauty of Morrison's method was its simplicity. His truck was both weapon and disposal system, allowing him to kill in one state and dump bodies in another. He would strangle victims in the sleeper cab, then drive for hours with corpses, sharing his space while he listened to country music and ate gas station sandwiches. The intimacy of traveling with the dead excited him in ways he never tried to understand. Morrison developed a ritual around his kills. After strangling his victims, he would arrange their bodies in specific positions in the sleeper cab, sometimes talking to them as if they were still alive. He would describe the route they were taking, point out landmarks through the window, share his thoughts about the weather or the traffic. These one-sided conversations could last for hundreds of miles. When he was ready to dispose of a body, Morrison would choose remote locations along his route: abandoned farms, deep woods, desert washes where flash floods would scatter remains. He never used the same type of location twice, never established a pattern that investigators could follow. Each dump site was carefully selected to ensure maximum decomposition and minimum chance of discovery. Between 1977 and 1992, Morrison killed 41 people across 23 states. His victims ranged from teenage runaways to elderly hitchhikers, from truck stop prostitutes to stranded motorists who accepted his offer of help. The only thing they had in common was their vulnerability and their terrible luck in encountering Raymond Morrison when they needed assistance most. Morrison's logbook became a macabre travelogue of American murder. He recorded not just delivery schedules and mileage, but kill dates, victim descriptions, and burial locations. The entries were written in the same matter-of-fact tone he used for legitimate business records. Picked up load in Denver, 47,000 or lb as steel coil, strangled hitchhiker near mile marker 237, buried remains 2 miles south of highway, behind billboard, delivered on time to Phoenix warehouse. The interstate highway system was Morrison's hunting preserve, a network of roads connecting every major city in America and passing through thousands of miles of empty country where bodies could disappear forever. He knew the routes like a musician knows scales, understanding which stretches offered the best hunting opportunities and which provided the most secure disposal options. Morrison was careful never to hunt in the same area twice in a short period. He would kill in Texas and not return to that state for months, giving investigations time to go cold and witnesses time to forget the nondescript trucker who might have been the last person seen with a missing person. His nomadic lifestyle provided the perfect alibi, as he was never anywhere long enough to be considered a suspect in local crimes. The investigation that eventually brought down Morrison began with a traffic accident rather than a murder. In September 1992, Morrison's rig jackknifed on Interstate 80 in Nebraska during an ice storm. The truck rolled twice before coming to rest on its side, spilling its cargo across the highway. Morrison was unconscious when paramedics arrived, and it was only when they tried to extract him from the twisted cab that they discovered he wasn't traveling alone. The body of 18-year-old Lisa Chen was wedged behind the driver's seat, bound with rope and showing signs of strangulation. She'd been dead for at least 12 hours, rigor mortis already setting in. When investigators searched the wreckage more thoroughly, they found Morrison's logbook with its detailed records of 15 years of murder. Morrison regained consciousness 3 days later in a hospital bed, handcuffed to the rail and facing charges that would keep him behind bars for the rest of his life. During his interrogation, he showed no surprise at being caught, no remorse for his victims. He spoke about the murders as if they were routine business transactions, providing details with the same precision he'd used to record them in his logbook. "I gave them what they were looking for," he told Detective Sarah Williams during one interview session. "Every one of them was running from something or toward something, but they were all looking to disappear. I just helped them disappear permanently. Most of them thanked me for it before they died." The scope of Morrison's crimes became clear as investigators from multiple states compared notes and matched his logbook entries to unsolved disappearances. Bodies were recovered from dump sites across the country, some reduced to scattered bones, others mummified by desert conditions or preserved in frozen ground. The recovery process took 2 years and involved law enforcement agencies from coast to coast. Morrison had been meticulous in recording locations, but 15 years of weather and development had changed many of the landmarks he'd used as reference points. Some bodies were never found, their remains lost to time and the elements. Morrison was ultimately convicted of 37 counts of first-degree murder, though investigators believed the true number of victims was higher. He was sentenced to death in Nebraska, where his final victim had been discovered. During his trial, he showed no emotion as victim impact statements were read, no reaction to photographs of the remains recovered from his dump sites. "These people were already dead when I found them," Morrison said during his sentencing hearing. "Maybe not physically, but dead inside, dead to their families, dead to society, dead to any future that mattered. I just made their outsides match their insides. I provided a service, really. I cleaned up America's human garbage." Morrison spent 11 years on death row, during which time he received thousands of letters from people fascinated by his crimes. He answered many of them, providing detailed accounts of individual murders and philosophical discussions about the nature of human worth. These letters, later published in a controversial book, revealed a man who viewed murder as pest control, eliminating what he saw as society's undesirable elements. Raymond Clark Morrison was executed by lethal injection in 2003. His final statement was directed at the truckers who might be listening. "The road goes on forever, and there's always someone who needs a ride. Remember that when you're out there alone in the dark." The investigation of Morrison's crimes led to significant changes in how law enforcement agencies communicate about missing persons cases involving transient populations. The National Missing Persons Database was expanded to better track disappearances along major transportation routes, and truck stops across the country increased security measures and posted warnings about accepting rides from strangers. But perhaps Morrison's most lasting impact was the realization that America's mobility, one of its greatest strengths, could also be exploited by predators who understood how to use the highway system as both hunting ground and escape route. His crimes demonstrated how a determined killer could operate across multiple jurisdictions, staying ahead of investigations by constantly moving and never establishing a pattern that local law enforcement could recognize. The truck that Morrison had driven for 15 years was destroyed after the investigation concluded, cut apart, and sold for scrap metal. But truckers still talk about him at rest stops and truck plazas, sharing stories about the driver who turned the open road into a killing field. Some claim to have seen his ghost in their rearview mirrors on lonely stretches of highway, still hunting for victims who need a ride to nowhere. Our exploration of forgotten predators takes us next to the world of academia, where intellectual pursuit provided cover for crimes that challenged the very definition of murder. Dr. Elizabeth Kane held the chair in experimental psychology at Riverside University, where her research into human behavior modification had earned her international recognition and substantial government funding. But behind the prestigious degrees and published papers was a woman whose understanding of human nature had led her to conclusions that would horrify even hardened criminals. Elizabeth's fascination with behavioral control began during her doctoral studies in the early 1980s, when she became convinced that human personality was entirely malleable under the right conditions. She believed that with proper techniques, any individual could be completely reprogrammed, their memories altered, their fundamental nature rewritten like software code. Her early research involved legitimate studies of memory formation and recall, but Elizabeth soon moved beyond the boundaries of ethical experimentation. She began recruiting subjects for what she called deep conditioning studies, promising participants that they would emerge from the process with enhanced memory, reduced anxiety, and improved cognitive function. Elizabeth's laboratory in the basement of the psychology building became a sophisticated facility for human experimentation that operated without oversight or ethical review. She had convinced university administrators that her research was too sensitive and potentially valuable to be subjected to normal academic protocols. Her reputation and the substantial grants she brought to the university gave her unprecedented autonomy. The subjects who volunteered for Elizabeth's studies were typically students struggling with depression, anxiety, or academic performance issues. She promised them transformation, a chance to become the person they'd always wanted to be. What she delivered was something far more sinister: complete psychological destruction followed by methodical reconstruction according to her own twisted specifications. Elizabeth's method involved weeks of sensory deprivation, drug-induced altered states, and carefully orchestrated psychological trauma designed to shatter her subjects' existing personality structures. Once their minds had been reduced to a malleable state, she would begin the process of implanting new memories, new beliefs, new fundamental assumptions about reality itself. Her subjects emerged from the process as entirely different people, with altered memories of their childhoods, different political and religious beliefs, and personality traits that bore no resemblance to their original selves. Elizabeth documented these transformations with scientific precision, creating detailed case studies of what she called complete personality architecture. But Elizabeth wasn't content with simply changing people's personalities. She began experimenting with creating what she called functional psychopaths, individuals who retained their intelligence and social skills but had been stripped of empathy, conscience, and moral reasoning. These subjects could function normally in society while being completely amoral, capable of any action that served their interests. Some of Elizabeth's modified subjects were released back into the community, where they committed crimes that were never connected to their time in her laboratory. Others were kept in the facility indefinitely, serving as ongoing test subjects for increasingly extreme experiments in behavioral modification. Elizabeth treated them as living laboratories, testing the limits of human psychological plasticity. The discovery of Elizabeth's crimes came when one of her subjects, a graduate student named Michael Torres, managed to retain fragments of his original personality despite the conditioning process. Michael had been transformed into someone who believed he was a different person with different memories. But deep inside, some part of his original self remained aware and horrified by what had been done to him. Michael spent months planning his escape from the laboratory facility, pretending to be fully conditioned while secretly gathering evidence of Elizabeth's experiments. When he finally contacted authorities, the evidence he provided revealed a systematic program of human experimentation that had been operating for over a decade. The investigation of Elizabeth's laboratory uncovered evidence of crimes that challenged legal definitions of murder, assault, and kidnapping. While most of her subjects were technically still alive, their original personalities had been so thoroughly destroyed and replaced that they were essentially different people inhabiting the same bodies. During her trial, Elizabeth maintained that her research represented a breakthrough in understanding human consciousness and identity. She argued that personality was simply a collection of learned behaviors and memories, no more permanent or sacred than any other aspect of human psychology. In her view, what she had done was no different from treating mental illness or addiction. Elizabeth Kane was convicted of multiple counts of assault, kidnapping, and practicing medicine without a license. She was sentenced to life in prison, where she continued her research by studying the behavioral patterns of fellow inmates. Her published papers from prison, smuggled out through sympathetic academics, continued to explore themes of identity manipulation and behavioral control. The subjects who survived Elizabeth's experiments faced a unique form of trauma. They had been murdered psychologically while remaining physically alive. Support groups were established to help them cope with the knowledge that their memories, personalities, and fundamental sense of self had been artificially constructed by a predator who saw human consciousness as raw material for experimentation. Our journey into the realm of forgotten monsters continues with perhaps the most disturbing case of all, a killer whose crimes were so methodically planned and executed that they operated more like a business than a criminal enterprise. In the suburban community of Cedar Falls during the 1990s, a man was running what appeared to be a legitimate service business while actually conducting a systematic elimination program that targeted society's most vulnerable members. Thomas Garrett operated Helping Hands Home Services, a company that provided in-home care for elderly and disabled clients who needed assistance with daily activities. His business had an impeccable reputation, with clients praising his gentle manner and reliable service. Insurance companies recommended him, family members trusted him with their most vulnerable relatives, and social workers considered him one of the most dependable caregivers in the region. What nobody realized was that Thomas wasn't providing care. He was conducting systematic murders disguised as natural deaths. Over the course of 8 years, he killed 63 clients while maintaining a facade of compassionate service that fooled everyone who encountered him. Thomas had discovered the perfect method for serial murder, accelerating the natural dying process in people who were already expected to die. His clients were elderly, sick, or disabled individuals whose deaths would be attributed to their existing conditions rather than foul play. By choosing victims who were isolated and vulnerable, Thomas ensured that his crimes would never be investigated as murders. His method was sophisticated and virtually undetectable. Thomas would gradually increase his clients' medications, introduce drug interactions that would cause organ failure, or simply withhold necessary treatments while maintaining the appearance of providing excellent care. The deaths appeared natural, and Thomas would comfort grieving families while collecting his final payments and moving on to the next victim. Thomas documented his kills in a business ledger disguised as client care records. Each entry detailed the victim's condition, the method of murder, and the timeline for achieving death. He approached killing with the same methodical efficiency he brought to legitimate caregiving tasks, viewing murder as simply another service he provided. The investigation that exposed Thomas began when a suspicious family member requested an autopsy for their deceased relative. The toxicology results revealed drug levels that were inconsistent with prescribed dosages, leading investigators to examine other deaths involving Helping Hands Home Services. What they discovered was a systematic murder operation disguised as compassionate care. During his trial, Thomas showed no understanding of why his actions were considered criminal. He argued that he had provided a valuable service by ending suffering and allowing his clients to die with dignity. His complete inability to comprehend the evil of his actions was more disturbing than any expression of sadistic pleasure could have been. Thomas Garrett was convicted of 63 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. His case led to significant changes in how in-home care services are regulated and monitored, but it also served as a chilling reminder that predators can operate successfully within society's most trusted institutions. The story of Thomas Garrett demonstrates how evil can disguise itself as compassion, how murder can masquerade as mercy, and how society's faith in caregiving professionals can be exploited by those who view human life as disposable. His crimes were particularly insidious because they perverted the very concept of care, turning healing into harm and trust into betrayal. These forgotten killers remind us that evil rarely announces itself with fanfare or dramatic gestures. Instead, it operates in shadows, wearing masks of respectability and exploiting society's assumptions about trust and safety. The monsters we remember from history books and documentaries are often less dangerous than the ones we've never heard of, the predators who learn to hide in plain sight and kill without leaving traces. Their stories serve as warnings about the darkness that can exist behind ordinary facades, the evil that can flourish when society becomes complacent about safety and oversight. They remind us that vigilance is the price of security, and that our assumptions about human nature can be exploited by those who understand how to manipulate trust and vulnerability. The forgotten killers continue their work in the shadows of history, their names erased from memory, but their methods passed down through criminal networks and copycat predators. They represent the evolution of evil, the adaptation of malice to changing social conditions and technological capabilities. In the steel mills of Gary, Indiana, where the air tasted of rust and the sky burned orange at sunset, workers began disappearing during the winter of 1982. Not all at once, not in any pattern that would raise immediate alarms, but steadily, quietly, like smoke dissolving into the perpetual haze that hung over the city. The man responsible for these vanishings was Harold Benjamin Cross, a shift supervisor at Midwest Steel who'd worked the same job for 17 years. Harold was the kind of man people forgot 5 minutes after meeting him. Average height, thinning gray hair, wire-rimmed glasses that he constantly adjusted with nervous fingers. He lived alone in a company house on the south side, drove a rusted Buick that wheezed when he started it and ate the same ham sandwich for lunch every day for nearly 2 decades. But Harold had developed an obsession that consumed his thoughts during those long night shifts when the furnaces roared and the foundry floor echoed with the sound of molten steel pouring into molds. He'd begun to see his co-workers not as people, but as problems to be solved, inefficiencies in the great machine of industrial production. Harold's descent into murder began with what he convinced himself was quality control. The steel industry was dying in Gary, plants were closing, and management was looking for any excuse to cut costs and eliminate jobs. Harold decided he could help the process along by removing what he considered the weakest links in the workforce. His first victim was Eddie Santos, a 24-year-old crane operator who'd been written up twice for safety violations. Harold approached Eddie during a break, offering to show him a shortcut through the old foundry building that would save time getting to the parking lot. Eddie followed Harold into the abandoned section of the plant, where massive machines sat silent and rusted, covered in decades of industrial grime. Harold struck from behind with a steel bar, a single blow to the base of the skull that dropped Eddie instantly. There was no struggle, no final words, just the dull sound of metal meeting bone echoing in the empty building. Harold dragged the body to one of the old blast furnaces, lit it, and watched Eddie Santos disappear into ash and smoke that mixed with the plant's regular emissions. The beauty of Harold's method was its simplicity. The steel mill was a dangerous place where accidents happened regularly. Workers fell into machinery, were overcome by toxic fumes, or simply vanished during shift changes when chaos ruled the factory floor. When Eddie didn't show up for work the next day, his supervisor assumed he'd quit without notice, a common occurrence in the volatile steel industry. Harold refined his technique over the following months. He learned which areas of the plant were monitored and which were forgotten, which workers would be missed, and which could disappear without generating serious inquiry. He developed a keen eye for targeting men who were already in trouble with management, workers whose absences would be explained away rather than investigated. His second victim was Marcus Williams, a furnace tender with a drinking problem who'd been warned about showing up to work intoxicated. Harold lured Marcus to the chemical storage area during a shift change, claiming there was a spill that needed immediate attention. The fumes from the industrial solvents knocked Marcus unconscious within seconds. Harold sealed the storage room and left Marcus to suffocate, returning hours later to dispose of the body in the same blast furnace that had consumed Eddie Santos. The disappearances continued through 1982 and into 1983. Raymond Clark, a maintenance worker with gambling debts. Tony Moretti, a welder who'd filed safety complaints with OSHA. Carl Johnson, a foreman who'd been passed over for promotion 3 times. Each man was selected not randomly, but because Harold had identified them as expendable, workers whose removal would improve the overall efficiency of the plant. Harold kept meticulous records of his activities, disguised as shift reports and maintenance logs. He documented each killing with the same attention to detail he brought to his legitimate supervisory duties. The entries were written in the dry, technical language of industrial documentation, describing human murder as if it were routine equipment maintenance. Between killings, Harold was a model employee. He arrived early, stayed late, and volunteered for overtime shifts that other supervisors avoided. His dedication was praised by plant management, who saw him as the kind of reliable worker the company needed to survive the economic downturn that was destroying the American steel industry. Harold's crimes might have continued indefinitely if not for a budget cut that eliminated his position in early 1984. When he was laid off, Harold felt betrayed by the same company he'd been trying to help by eliminating what he saw as inefficient workers. His careful, methodical approach to murder gave way to rage-fueled killing that abandoned all pretense of subtlety. His final victim was plant manager Robert Chen, the man who delivered Harold's termination notice. Harold waited in the company parking lot after the evening shift, approaching Chen as he walked to his car. The confrontation was brief but violent, ending with Chen beaten to death with a tire iron while Harold screamed about ungrateful management and wasted loyalty. This time, there were witnesses. Security cameras captured Harold's assault on Chen, and several workers saw him fleeing the scene. When police arrived at Harold's house the next morning, they found him sitting calmly at his kitchen table, still wearing clothes stained with Chen's blood. During his interrogation, Harold confessed to 18 murders spanning nearly 3 years. He provided detailed descriptions of each killing, explaining his victim selection process and disposal methods with the same matter-of-fact tone he'd once used to discuss production quotas and safety protocols. Harold Benjamin Cross was convicted of 18 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. He was executed in 1991, maintaining until the end that he'd been trying to help the steel company by eliminating inefficient workers. His case remained largely unknown outside of Gary, Indiana, overshadowed by the city's economic collapse and the closure of the steel mills where his crimes had taken place. The foundry where Harold disposed of his victims was demolished in 1995, but locals claim that on certain nights when the wind shifts, you can still smell something burning that doesn't quite seem like steel or coal. The company houses where his victims once lived now stand empty, windows boarded and yards overgrown, monuments to an industrial age that died along with the men Harold Cross fed to the flames. Our journey into forgotten darkness continues in the seemingly peaceful farming community of Millfield, Nebraska, where the endless rows of corn provided perfect cover for crimes that redefined the concept of systematic killing. During the late 1980s, migrant workers began vanishing from the agricultural camps that dotted the landscape, disappearing into the vast prairie as if the earth itself had swallowed them whole. The man responsible for these disappearances was Jeremiah Walsh, a farm equipment contractor who traveled from property to property, servicing machinery and helping with harvests. Jeremiah had access to every farm in a 3-county area, knew the schedules of seasonal workers, and understood the rhythms of agricultural life better than anyone else in the region. Jeremiah was born in 1943 on a failing wheat farm outside Millfield, raised by a father who viewed hired hands as necessary evils and a mother who died when he was 12. He learned early that migrant workers were invisible to most of the community, men and women who appeared during planting and harvest seasons, then vanished back to wherever they'd come from, leaving no trace of their presence except the crops they'd helped bring in. After inheriting the family farm in 1967, Jeremiah discovered he had no talent for agriculture, but possessed an intuitive understanding of farm machinery that made him valuable to neighboring property owners. He sold the farm and used the money to buy service trucks and specialized equipment, establishing himself as the most reliable contractor in the region. Jeremiah's business gave him perfect cover for his developing obsession with what he called seasonal cleaning. He'd begun to see migrant workers as pollutants in the agricultural ecosystem, temporary invaders who took jobs from local residents and sent their earnings back to families in distant countries. In his twisted logic, eliminating these workers was a form of environmental conservation. His first victim was Miguel Santos, a field hand from Guatemala who'd been working the corn harvest at the Morrison farm. Jeremiah approached Miguel during a lunch break, claiming he needed help loading a broken cultivator onto his service truck. Miguel followed him to an isolated equipment shed where Jeremiah struck him down with a wrench and buried the body beneath a pile of fertilizer bags. The disposal was perfect. Miguel's disappearance was attributed to the common practice of workers leaving suddenly for better opportunities elsewhere. His employer never filed a missing person report, assuming Miguel had simply moved on to another farm. There were no family members to ask questions, no friends to conduct searches, no one to notice that another invisible person had become permanently invisible. Jeremiah refined his method over the following seasons. He would identify isolated workers, men and women who labored alone in distant fields, then approach them with requests for help or offers of better paying work. Once he had them away from witnesses, he would kill them quickly and efficiently, using farm tools that left no distinctive marks. The bodies were disposed of using Jeremiah's intimate knowledge of agricultural cycles and land management. Some were buried in fields scheduled for deep plowing that would scatter remains throughout the soil. Others were hidden in abandoned grain silos or fed to livestock that would eliminate all traces of evidence. A few were simply left in remote corners of vast properties where they would decompose naturally and be consumed by scavengers. Jeremiah kept detailed records of his kills, disguised as equipment service logs and maintenance schedules. Each entry documented the victim's location, method of disposal, and estimated timeline for complete decomposition. He approached murder with the same methodical efficiency he brought to repairing combines and maintaining irrigation systems. Between 1981 and 1989, Jeremiah killed 37 migrant workers across central Nebraska. His victims included men, women, and even a few teenagers who'd accompanied their families to work the seasonal harvests. They came from Mexico, Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras, seeking economic opportunities in American agriculture and finding instead a predator who saw them as expendable labor. The investigation that exposed Jeremiah began when a social worker named Maria Rodriguez started tracking patterns of missing person reports filed by immigrant families. Maria noticed that workers were disappearing at higher rates in areas serviced by Walsh Farm equipment, though the connection wasn't immediately obvious due to the seasonal nature of agricultural employment. Maria's persistence eventually convinced local law enforcement to investigate further. When detectives searched Jeremiah's property, they found evidence linking him to multiple disappearances, including personal belongings taken from victims and detailed records of his crimes hidden in a false bottom of his tool chest. During his confession, Jeremiah showed no remorse for his actions. He explained his crimes as necessary maintenance of the agricultural ecosystem, comparing the elimination of migrant workers to controlling pest infestations or removing diseased crops. His complete inability to see his victims as human beings was more disturbing than any expression of sadistic pleasure. Jeremiah Walsh was convicted of 37 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole. He died behind bars in 2008, never having provided information about additional victims, despite investigators' belief that his actual kill count was much higher. The farms where Jeremiah's victims worked and died continue to operate, their fields now tended by new generations of seasonal workers who remain unaware of the bones that may still lie buried in the soil beneath their feet. The equipment sheds and storage buildings where he committed his crimes stand as silent monuments to the vulnerability of those who labor in the shadows of American agriculture. Our exploration of forgotten killers takes us next to the world of emergency medical services, where the urgency of life and death situations provided perfect cover for a predator who turned healing into harm. During the early 1990s in the sprawling suburbs of Phoenix, Arizona, paramedics began noticing an unusual pattern. Certain patients who seemed stable during transport would suddenly deteriorate and die shortly after arriving at the hospital. The man responsible for these mysterious deaths was Kevin Dale Morrison, a veteran paramedic with 15 years of experience and a reputation for dedication that made him one of the most respected emergency responders in the city. Kevin volunteered for extra shifts, mentored new employees, and had received commendations for his service from both the city and the state. What nobody realized was that Kevin had developed a God complex that drove him to decide who lived and who died during medical emergencies. Kevin's descent into murder began with what he rationalized as mercy killings. During his years responding to emergencies, he'd transported countless patients whose conditions were so severe that survival would mean prolonged suffering or permanent disability. Kevin began to see himself as providing a service by ending that suffering before it could begin, administering fatal doses of medication during transport, and allowing deaths to be attributed to the patient's underlying conditions. His method was sophisticated and virtually undetectable. Kevin would identify patients whose deaths would be explained by their medical emergencies, then inject them with combinations of drugs that would cause cardiac arrest or respiratory failure. The deaths appeared to be natural consequences of heart attacks, strokes, or traumatic injuries, and Kevin's grief-stricken behavior at the hospital convinced everyone that he'd done everything possible to save his patients. Kevin kept detailed records of what he called his mercy interventions, hidden in a locked filing cabinet at his apartment. Each entry documented the patient's condition, the rationale for ending their life, and Kevin's assessment of whether he'd prevented unnecessary suffering. He approached murder with the same clinical detachment he'd learned during his medical training, viewing killing as simply another treatment option. Between 1990 and 1994, Kevin killed 42 patients during ambulance transports. His victims ranged from elderly heart attack sufferers to young accident victims whose injuries Kevin deemed too severe for meaningful recovery. He selected patients based on his personal assessment of their quality of life prospects, playing God with decisions that should have been left to patients, families, and doctors. The investigation that exposed Kevin began when Dr. Sarah Chen, an emergency room physician, noticed statistical anomalies in patient outcomes for certain ambulance crews. Dr. Chen's analysis revealed that patients transported by Kevin's unit had significantly higher mortality rates than those handled by other paramedic teams, even when controlling for the severity of their conditions. When investigators examined Kevin's patient transport records more closely, they discovered evidence of unauthorized drug administrations and falsified documentation. Security footage from ambulances revealed Kevin injecting patients with substances that weren't part of their prescribed treatment protocols. During his interrogation, Kevin maintained that he'd been providing compassionate care by preventing unnecessary suffering. He showed detailed knowledge of each victim's medical condition and explained his rationale for ending their lives with the calm professionalism of a medical expert. His ability to justify murder as mercy was more chilling than any confession of sadistic pleasure. Kevin Dale Morrison was convicted of 42 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. His case led to significant changes in how emergency medical services are monitored and regulated, including mandatory recording equipment in ambulances and stricter oversight of drug administration protocols. The patients Kevin killed were denied the chance to fight for their lives, to make their own decisions about treatment options, to say goodbye to their families. His crimes represented a fundamental betrayal of the medical profession's commitment to preserving life, turning the ambulance from a vehicle of hope into an instrument of death. Our journey into the realm of forgotten predators continues with perhaps the most geographically dispersed killing spree in American history. While other serial killers operated within limited hunting grounds, our next subject turned the entire American railway system into his personal killing field, claiming victims in 38 states during a reign of terror that lasted over a decade. Robert James Kellerman was a railroad maintenance worker who traveled constantly, inspecting tracks, repairing signals, and maintaining the infrastructure that kept America's freight trains running. His job gave him access to thousands of miles of railway corridor, much of it passing through remote areas where bodies could lie undiscovered for years. More importantly, it put him in contact with the transient population that lived along the tracks, homeless camps, hobo jungles, and makeshift settlements where society's forgotten people gathered. Robert's method was brutally efficient. He would approach solitary individuals living near railway lines, offering food, money, or information about train schedules. Once he'd gained their trust, he would attack with whatever tools were available: railroad spikes, track hammers, or simply his bare hands. The murders were quick and violent, followed by disposal methods that ensured the bodies would never be connected to him. Some victims were buried in shallow graves beside remote stretches of track. Others were left in abandoned rail cars or thrown into rivers from railroad bridges. A few were positioned on active tracks, their deaths disguised as suicides or accidents when their bodies were discovered days or weeks later, mangled beyond recognition by passing trains. Robert kept meticulous records of his travels and kills, hidden in a maintenance logbook that appeared to contain routine work documentation. Each entry recorded his location, the victim's description, and the disposal method used. Over 12 years, he documented 83 murders across the continental United States, making him one of the most prolific killers in American history. The investigation that brought down Robert began when a railroad worker found human remains that showed clear signs of homicide rather than accidental death. DNA evidence linked the victim to several missing person cases, and investigators began mapping disappearances along railroad corridors. The pattern that emerged pointed to a single killer with access to the entire rail network. During his confession, Robert expressed no remorse for his victims, describing them as track trash who were better off dead than living in the squalor of homeless encampments. His dehumanization of society's most vulnerable members allowed him to kill without conscience, viewing murder as a form of urban renewal. Robert James Kellerman was convicted of 83 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. He was executed in 2007, taking with him the locations of dozens of additional victims whose remains have never been recovered. The railway corridors where he hunted continue to shelter vulnerable populations, unaware of the predator who once stalked the tracks they call home. Our exploration of forgotten monsters brings us to the world of academic research, where intellectual pursuit provided cover for experiments that challenged the very definition of human decency. Dr. Patricia Whitmore held the chair in behavioral psychology at Westfield University, where her studies of human conditioning and response modification had earned international recognition and substantial government funding. Patricia's research facility occupied an entire floor of the psychology building, equipped with observation chambers, recording equipment, and apparatus designed to study how human behavior could be modified through various stimuli. Her work was funded by grants that praised her innovative approaches to understanding the mechanisms of learning and behavioral change. But Patricia had moved far beyond ethical research boundaries. She had become convinced that human beings were essentially biological machines whose programming could be completely rewritten through proper conditioning techniques. Her subjects weren't volunteers participating in legitimate studies. They were victims trapped in experiments that redefined the concept of psychological torture. Patricia's method involved complete sensory deprivation, followed by systematic conditioning designed to break down existing personality structures and rebuild them according to her specifications. Subjects were kept in soundproof chambers for weeks, fed through tubes, and subjected to precisely timed stimuli that were designed to shatter their sense of reality and personal identity. The process was documented with scientific precision. Patricia maintained detailed records of each subject's psychological breakdown and reconstruction, noting how different personality types responded to various conditioning protocols. She was particularly interested in creating what she called optimized humans, individuals whose natural empathy and moral reasoning had been eliminated in favor of complete, rational self-interest. Some of Patricia's modified subjects were released back into society, where they functioned normally while being completely amoral. Others were kept in the facility indefinitely, serving as ongoing test subjects for increasingly extreme experiments in human conditioning. Patricia treated them as living laboratories, testing the limits of psychological manipulation. The discovery of Patricia's crimes came when one of her subjects managed to retain enough of his original personality to contact authorities. The evidence he provided revealed a systematic program of human experimentation that had been operating under the cover of legitimate academic research for over 8 years. During her trial, Patricia maintained that her work represented a breakthrough in understanding human consciousness and behavioral modification. She showed no recognition that her subjects were victims rather than research participants, expressing only frustration that her experiments had been interrupted before she could complete her studies of human psychological plasticity. Dr. Patricia Whitmore was convicted of multiple counts of assault, kidnapping, and human experimentation. She was sentenced to life in prison, where she continued her research by studying the behavioral patterns of fellow inmates. Her published papers from prison continued to explore themes of psychological conditioning and behavioral control. The subjects who survived Patricia's experiments faced a unique form of trauma. Their original personalities had been so thoroughly destroyed and rebuilt that they struggled to understand who they really were. Support groups were established to help them cope with the knowledge that their memories, beliefs, and fundamental sense of self had been artificially constructed by a predator who saw human consciousness as raw material for experimentation. Our journey through the catalog of forgotten killers continues with a case that demonstrates how evil can flourish within society's most trusted institutions. Brother Thomas Aquinas served as administrator of St. Mary's Boys' Home in rural Montana, where he was responsible for the care and education of troubled youth whose families couldn't manage their behavioral problems. Thomas had spent 23 years working with at-risk children, earning a reputation as a dedicated advocate who could reach even the most difficult cases. Parents, social workers, and juvenile court judges trusted him with their most challenging kids, believing that his combination of discipline and compassion could straighten out young lives that had gone astray. What nobody realized was that Thomas had developed a systematic method for identifying and eliminating what he considered irredeemable cases. Boys who showed signs of persistent criminal behavior, those who couldn't be reformed through traditional methods, those whose backgrounds suggested they would become career criminals or predators, were subjected to Thomas's final solution. Thomas's method was to stage accidents that would eliminate problem children while appearing to be tragic mishaps. Drownings during supervised swimming, falls from hiking trails, equipment failures during work projects. Each death was carefully planned and executed to avoid suspicion while removing boys that Thomas had determined were beyond salvation. His records, discovered after his arrest, revealed a twisted form of triage that treated human children as statistical problems to be solved. Thomas had developed elaborate criteria for determining which boys could be reformed and which needed to be eliminated for the greater good of society. His kill list contained detailed psychological profiles and risk assessments that read like academic papers on criminal psychology. Between 1979 and 1992, Thomas killed 19 boys at St. Mary's, all between the ages of 12 and 17. Their deaths were attributed to the inherent dangers of outdoor activities and manual labor, with Thomas praised for his dedication to providing troubled youth with challenging experiences that would build character and self-discipline. The investigation began when a former resident of St. Mary's contacted authorities with suspicions about the unusually high rate of accidental deaths at the facility. The witness had survived Thomas's evaluation process and remembered details about boys who had died under suspicious circumstances. During his confession, Thomas showed no remorse for his actions. He maintained that he had been protecting society from future criminals by eliminating dangerous individuals before they could mature into full-fledged predators. His ability to rationalize child murder as preventive social work was more disturbing than any expression of sadistic pleasure. Brother Thomas Aquinas was convicted of 19 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole. He died behind bars in 2003, never having expressed regret for the children whose lives he had stolen in the name of social improvement. St. Mary's Boys' Home was closed permanently following Thomas's arrest, its buildings now standing empty on the Montana prairie. The facility that was supposed to provide troubled youth with second chances became instead a killing field where a trusted authority figure played God with children's lives. These forgotten killers remind us that evil often operates behind masks of respectability and institutional authority. They exploited society's trust in caregivers, teachers, medical professionals, and religious figures, turning positions of responsibility into opportunities for systematic murder. Their crimes were particularly insidious because they perverted the very relationships and institutions that society depends on for protection and care. The darkness they represent continues to exist in the shadows of our communities, hidden behind professional credentials and charitable facades. Their stories serve as warnings that vigilance must extend beyond obvious threats to include those who seem most trustworthy, most dedicated to helping others, most committed to making the world a better place. These forgotten monsters share a common thread that makes them perhaps more terrifying than the killers whose names we all know. They understood that true evil doesn't announce itself with manifestos or calling cards. It doesn't seek fame or recognition. Instead, it operates in the spaces between our assumptions, exploiting the trust that holds society together. Marcus Holloway, Vincent Garrett, Douglas Henning, Dr. Gerald Whitmore, Uncle Pete, Dr. Amanda Pierce, Raymond Morrison, and all the others we've explored today prove that the most dangerous predators are often the ones hiding in plain sight. They were the helpful neighbor, the trusted doctor, the beloved children's entertainer, the reliable worker. They wore the masks that society taught them would provide perfect camouflage. What makes their stories so chilling isn't just the brutality of their crimes, but their patience, their methodical planning, their ability to live double lives without detection for years or even decades. They show us that evil can be polite, professional, even charming. It can hold down jobs, pay taxes, volunteer at church, and smile at your children while planning their destruction. These killers have been forgotten by history, not because their crimes were less significant, but because they were too disturbing, too successful, too close to home. They force us to confront uncomfortable truths about human nature and the fragility of the systems we trust to protect us. They remind us that monsters don't always live in the shadows. Sometimes they live next door, and sometimes they hold the keys to the very institutions we depend on for safety. The next time you trust a stranger, accept help from a professional, or assume someone is harmless because of their position or reputation, remember these names. Remember that evil adapts, evolves, and learns to hide behind whatever masks society finds most trustworthy. The forgotten killers may be gone, but their methods live on, waiting to be discovered by the next predator smart enough to understand that the best place to hide darkness is in the light.